Hello everyone, and welcome back to Crime Stories for Sleep. Before we begin, I want to let you know that during the first 15 minutes, there will only be a few ads, and after that, the listening will be completely uninterrupted. I chose to do this to give you a better experience. Even though it has greatly reduced the channel's earnings, I'd still like to ask for a little support. Subscribe, leave a like, and if you do, let me know in the comments where in the world you are listening from. These may seem like small gestures, but they are essential to help the channel grow and allow me to keep bringing you these stories every night. Now, lower the volume just a bit, get comfortable, turn off the lights, and let us dive together into tonight's first story. Story 1. The silence was the first thing he noticed. Not a true silence, for the city hummed outside his sealed window. The distant groan of a garbage truck, the hiss of pre-dawn rain on asphalt. It was the silence of the machine. The dedicated encrypted line on his desk. A black handset that had not rung in 47 hours. It was a void, a hole in the world where a specific expected sound had simply ceased to exist. That silence was louder than any alarm. John Voss sat in the glow of 3 monitors, the pale light etching the lines of his face. A map of too many night shifts. He was an intelligence analyst for a branch of the Defense Intelligence Agency, so obscure it didn't have a public acronym. A cartographer of shadows. His work was to connect dots so faint they were almost imaginary. Money flows. Satellite ghosts, intercepted whispers in the static. The operation was called Cormorant, a simple, ugly bird that dives deep. It was a deniable thing, a joint task force of special operators inserted into the mist-shrouded valleys of the Alto Huallaga in Peru. Their mission was to degrade, disrupt, and if possible, decapitate the logistics arm of the Serpiente Blanco cartel. It was a good plan on paper. In the field, it had become a silent film. The scheduled burst transmissions, the digital heartbeat of 12 men, had stopped. He pulled the raw SIGINT feed. The last transmission was a fragment, a voice strained through compression and fear. Rain is vertical here. Can't see the exfil point. They knew we were coming. Then, the hiss of dead air. That was 2 nights ago. Standard protocol dictated a flurry of activity. Search patterns, comms jamming analysis, satellite retasking. But the silence from his own chain of command was profound. His requests for updated satellite imagery were met with bureaucratic delay codes. His queries to the operations tactical command, led by a Colonel Dorian Shaw, went unanswered. The machine, usually a creature of obsessive noise, had gone quiet. It was the silence of a cover-up being gently drawn over a still warm body. He worked through the night, a somnambulist in a cave of data. The smell was of stale coffee, ozone from the overheated servers, and the faint, metallic tang of his own anxiety. He traced the political approvals. Cormorant had been greenlit at the highest level, a signature from the National Security Advisor, a crisp, digital Abel on the authorization. President Abel. The name was a headline, a face on the evening news. A man who spoke of transparency and tough choices. John had seen the briefing memo Abel received. It outlined the risks, the potential for kinetic entanglement. The president's annotated note in the margin, a scanned scribble read, "Understood. Proceed with extreme prejudice. Keep it quiet." Now it was too quiet. He went home as the sky lightened to the color of a bruise. His house in Arlington was a diorama of normalcy he no longer inhabited. The scent of lavender fabric, softener on the couch, the faint smudge of a toddler's sticky hand on the glass patio door. His wife, Clara, slept in the cool darkness of their bedroom, her breathing a soft, regular tide. She had learned not to ask about his work. Her silence was different from the one on the black phone. It was warm, weary, full of things unsaid for the sake of peace. He stood in the doorway, watching her, and felt the distance between them as a physical ache, a canyon carved by all the secrets he carried. He was protecting this, he told himself. This quiet, this safety. But the silence from Peru mocked that idea. The next day, the machine coughed up a single, anomalous piece of data. A financial trace, a thread of gold in the mud. A shell corporation registered in the Caymans, one linked to Serpiente Blanco front operations, had received a massive, unflagged wire transfer from a bank in Zurich. The transaction timestamp was 6 hours after the last transmission from the Cormorant team. The amount was staggering. It wasn't payment for product. It was a bounty. He took it to his direct superior, a man named Latimer, whose face had the smooth, placid quality of a pond with something unpleasant rotting at the bottom. Latimer's office smelled of lemon polish and ambition. He listened, steepling his fingers, his eyes not on John's face, but on a point just beyond his shoulder, as if watching his own future unfold. "Interesting correlation, boss," Latimer said, his voice a dry rustle. "But correlation is not causation. The transaction could be unrelated. A real estate deal, an internal cartel transfer. $12 million, sir. 6 hours after our team goes dark. The routing is through a bank we know the Serpiente uses for payoffs. We know many things," Latimer said, his smile thin and without warmth. "The policy on Cormorant is to observe radio silence. The team is likely in a deep cover phase. Your job is to analyze patterns, not chase ghosts or conspiracies." The word hung in the lemon-scented air. Conspiracy. The professional kiss of death. John left, the texture of the conversation like grit in his teeth. He understood then. He was not meant to find them. The silence was not an accident. It was the mission. Cormorant had been a play, a piece of theater. The soldiers were the actors, sent onto a stage where the script called for their disappearance. A deniable loss. A sacrifice to the gods of geopolitical convenience. A message to the cartel, we will look the other way for a price. And a message to other powers, our reach has limits we are willing to admit. He thought of Colonel Dorian Shaw. He'd met him once at a pre-op briefing. A man with eyes the color of a winter sky who spoke of his men not as assets, but as sons. Shaw had argued for more support, for clearer exfil routes. He had been overruled by the men in suits, the senior officials who saw the operation not as a military maneuver, but as a diplomatic signal. Shaw's face, tight with controlled fury, flashed in John's memory. Where was Shaw now? Was he beating against the walls of the same silent machine? That night, John bypassed every protocol. He used back doors left by lazy contractors, legacy codes forgotten and system updates. He became a ghost in the machine, hunting other ghosts. He found the satellite imagery, archived under a non-classified agricultural survey tag. The timestamp matched the last transmission. The valley was a bowl of green. The river, a silver scar. And there, near a clearing that was supposed to be the exfil LZ, were the infrared signatures. Not the neat cluster of 12 friendly dots, but a chaotic bloom of heat, like a flower made of fire, surrounded by dozens of smaller, hotter points. An ambush. A massacre. The heat signatures lingered, then slowly, one by one, winked out into the cool green of the jungle. He printed the image. The thermal paper was warm, slick. He stared at the fading white blooms on the black background. Each one, a man. A life that ended because someone in a room without windows had calculated that their loss was preferable to a trade imbalance, or a diplomatic incident, or a dip in the polls. He thought of Abel, the president, signing the order with that crisp, digital signature. Did he see the faces? Or just the political calculus? The black phone rang. The sound was so shocking in the deep night silence of his office that he jerked, his heart a frantic bird against his ribs. He let it ring 3 times, the shrill sound tearing the quiet to pieces before he lifted the receiver. He said nothing. Voss. The voice was familiar. Dorian Shaw. It was stripped raw, hollowed out by exhaustion and something else. A bottomless grief. They're all gone. You know it, don't you? I saw the satellite, John said, his own voice a stranger's. A long pause, filled with the hum of the open, insecure line. It was a setup. The coordinates for the exfil were changed at the last minute, sent to us on a channel they were monitoring. We flew right into a kill zone. The new orders came from our side, Voss. They were signed off. By who? Shaw's laugh was a dry, broken thing. It doesn't matter the name, it's the title. The office. They needed a disaster. A manageable, deniable disaster. To show they were tough, but not so tough it would upset the balance. My men. They were the manageability factor. He coughed, a wet, ragged sound. I'm in Lima. They've offered me a story, a training accident, a heroic loss in a valiant fight, a posthumous medal for the families. If I take it, I retire with a pension. If I don't, he left the sentence hanging in the static. What do you need? John asked, though he already knew. The proof, the financial trail, the changed orders, the memo from Abel. Get it out, not to the press. They'll spin it to someone who can't be ignored. A committee chairman with a spine. A judge. Get it into the light. They'll destroy us, John whispered, looking at the photo of his wife and daughter on his desk, their faces blurred in the dim light. They already have, Shaw said, and the line went dead. John worked in a fever dream. He compiled the evidence into a digital packet. The satellite imagery, the financial transfer, the logs showing the altered exfil coordinates originating from a terminal inside the National Security Council. The authorization memo with Abel's damning note. It was a story of betrayal written in cold data. He encrypted it, set it on a timer, and addressed it to 3 men and women in Washington known for their inconvenient integrity. He gave himself 24 hours. He went home as dawn broke again. Clara was awake, making coffee. She took one look at his face, and her own went still. She didn't ask. She simply put a cup in front of him and placed her hand over his. Her skin was warm, real. The silence between them now was full, charged with all the things he could never say and she could never ask. It was the last quiet peace he would ever know. The knock came at noon. 2 men in impeccably bland suits. Latimer was with them, his face a mask of regret. John Voss, you are to come with us. Your security clearance is suspended pending an investigation into data breaches and espionage. He went quietly. He was taken not to a police station, but to a bland office building in Alexandria. The room was windowless, soundproofed. The air was cold and smelled of recycled air and old fear. They sat him at a metal table. They didn't interrogate him. They simply talked. A senior official he'd only seen in news photos enter. His name was Halloran. He had the calm, patient air of a cardiologist discussing a fatal condition. John, he said, sitting across from him, you're a smart man. You've pieced together a narrative. A tragic, compelling narrative. But it is not the true narrative. Halloran laid out a different story. A story of a rogue colonel, Dorian Shaw, who disobeyed orders, led his men into an unauthorized area for personal glory, and got them killed. The financial transfer? Cartel disinformation, planted to confuse exactly someone like John Dada. The altered coordinates? A forgery by a cartel hacker. Abel's memo was taken out of context. The truth is messy, John, Halloran said. his voice hypnotic in its reasonableness. "But the truth you have assembled would cause irreparable harm. It would destroy faith in the institution. It would give comfort to our enemies. It would devastate the families of those soldiers who would have to believe their sons and husbands died for nothing as pawns. We can offer them heroes. We can offer them this. Cynical fiction." He slid a single sheet of paper across the table. It was a confession. A statement of guilt for illegally accessing classified data, driven by personal stress and a misguided desire for attention. It promised a quiet dismissal, no jail time. A clean break. Clara and his daughter would be safe, untouched. Their lives would continue in the sunny, normal world. "Sign it," Halloran said, not unkindly. "And the packet you prepared will be rendered inert. A collection of corrupted files. A sad story by a troubled man. Go home to your family. Be the husband and father they need. This other path, it leads only to darkness for everyone. Especially for them. It leads only to darkness for everyone." John looked at the paper. The words swam. He thought of the thermal image, the white blooms fading to black. He thought of Shaw's hollow voice. He thought of Clara's hand on his, warm and alive. He saw the faces of the 12 soldiers, young men whose names he had memorized, frozen in their official photos, smiling, unaware of the calculus that would erase them. He picked up the pen. It was cold, heavy. The room was utterly silent. He could hear the hum of the fluorescent lights, the faint rush of air through the vents, the thunder of his own heart. He put the pen down. "No," he said. The word was small, but it shattered the silence like glass. Halloran's benevolent mask didn't slip. He merely nodded, as if John had chosen a menu item he didn't recommend. "I see." He stood, collected the unsigned paper. Pity. For your family most of all." They put him in a holding cell, a clean, cold room with a cot. He waited. Hours bled into night. He thought of the timer on the data packet, ticking down in some unseen digital vault. He thought of it spreading, a virus of truth, infecting the system. He knew they would contain it, explain it away, discredit it. But a seed would be planted, a whisper of doubt. It was all he could give to the 12 white blooms in the jungle. The door opened. It was not a guard. It was Clara. She looked older, her eyes red-rimmed but dry. She was alone. She stood just inside the door, not approaching. "They showed me the evidence," she said, her voice flat. "The files you stole, the lies you were going to spread. They said you had a breakdown, that the stress, that you couldn't tell reality from your stories anymore." He looked at her, this woman he loved, and saw the story they had already woven around her, a cocoon of plausible lies to keep her safe and silent. He saw that his truth would be a weapon that would destroy her too. "It's not true, Clara," he said. But the words sounded feeble even to him, the protest of every guilty man. "They said you could come home," she whispered, a tear finally escaping. "If you get help, if you let it go. Please, John, just let it go, come home." He understood then the true genius of their betrayal. It wasn't just the soldiers in the field. It was him. They had made him the villain of his own story, the unstable element, the source of the poison. To protect his family, he would have to become the man they said he was. He would have to choose between a truth that would destroy everything and a lie that would preserve a fragile, haunted peace. He looked at his wife's face, the face of his daughter in hers, and he made his choice. "Okay," he said, the word ash in his mouth. "I'll come home." He was released the next morning. The world was bright, ordinary. He went through the motions. He signed the papers. He resigned. He began treatment. The data packet vanished, as Halloran promised, without a ripple. A week later, the president gave a speech announcing a new, robust strategy against narco-terrorism, mourning the tragic loss of a brave special operations team in a fierce, unexpected engagement. He praised their sacrifice. He looked directly into the camera, his eyes grave and sincere. John watched it on television in his living room. Clara held his hand, squeezing it gently, a reward for his silence. Months passed. The silence returned, a different kind now. A domestic quiet filled with unspoken things. He took a job in private sector logistics. He mowed the lawn. He read bedtime stories. He was a ghost in his own life. One rainy afternoon, an envelope arrived with no return address. Inside was a single photograph, printed on plain paper. It was a ground-level picture, blurry, taken from a distance. It showed a man in a nondescript jacket, getting into a car in a European city. The man was Dorian Shaw. He was alive, and he was free. On the back, in block letters, were two words. They watch. John stood at the kitchen window, the photograph held lightly between his fingers. The rain traced slow, meandering paths down the glass. He could feel Clara in the next room, the soft sound of her turning a page in a magazine. He could hear his daughter singing to herself in a world of dolls and innocence. Outside, a neighbor's car pulled in, a normal sound in a normal afternoon. He stared at the photograph, at the ghost of a man who knew the same truth he did, a truth now buried under layers of official story and chosen silence. The rain on the window blurred the world outside, making it soft and indistinct. He did not move. He did not speak. He simply stood there, holding the enigmatic clue to a crime that the world would never acknowledge, silently grappling with the weight of its meaning. A meaning that was no longer about justice or revelation, but about the permanent, haunting cost of a peace bought with a lot. The silence in the room was absolute, and it was his forever. He filed the photograph away in a locked drawer of his home office, a drawer that also contained the old thermal print from the satellite. He did not look at it again, but its presence was a constant, low hum in the background of his thoughts, a frequency only he could hear. Life, in its mundane details, flowed around him. He attended parent-teacher conferences. He fixed a leaky faucet. He smiled at Clara over dinner, and the smile felt like a physical ache, a stretching of unused muscles. The job in logistics was a perfect purgatory. It involved moving widgets from point A to point B, optimizing routes, trimming costs. There was no moral ambiguity in a shipping delay, only profit and loss. His co-workers were pleasant, uninterested. They knew he had some vague government past, and they politely did not ask. He was good at the work, efficient and quiet. He became a ghost in the machine here too, but a benign one, a lubricant in the gears of commerce. He thought of Shaw often. The message had been clear. They were watching Shaw, which meant they were almost certainly watching him. The envelope was a test, or a warning, or perhaps a thread of connection from one ghost to another. He did nothing with it. He made no attempt to reach out. He understood that any move he made would be seen, measured, and countered. His inaction was his only remaining form of action. Then, nearly a year to the day after his release, Latimer appeared. He was sitting in a sedan across the street from John's suburban house when John returned from work. The sight of that placid, pond-like face sent a jolt of pure adrenaline through him. Latimer got out and walked over, as if they were old friends meeting by chance. "John, you look well," Latimer said. "What do you want?" "A conversation, a walk." Latimer gestured down the quiet, tree-lined street. The choice was illusory. John fell into step beside him. "You've adjusted remarkably well," Latimer observed. "A testament to your character, and to the wisdom of the choices made." John said nothing. The sound of their footsteps on the pavement was unnaturally loud. "Colonel Shaw," Latimer said, the name dropping between them like a stone. "Unstable man. Grief does terrible things. He's been circulating in certain dark corners of the world, peddling a fantasy. A sad, dangerous fantasy. We've contained it, of course, but it's messy. He refuses the quiet exit he was offered." "Then? When? Why are you telling me this?" "Because we believe he may try to contact you, to draw you back into his narrative. It would be unfortunate for everyone, especially for your daughter. School can be such a challenging environment if rumors start. If other children are told their playmate's father is a traitor or mentally ill." Latimer spoke with the same dry rustle, his eyes on the manicured lawns. Continued silence. "Your visible normalcy is the final piece of the Cormorant resolution. It confirms the official story. A troubled analyst cured. A rogue colonel discredited. A tragedy honored. A nation secure." "Honored." They stopped at the corner. Latimer turned to him. "You made the right choice, John. You chose life. A real life. Don't let a ghost tempt you into the shadows. There's nothing for you there but ruin. And you would not be ruining only yourself." Latimer patted him on the shoulder, a gesture of chilling familiarity, then walked back to his car and drove away. John stood on the corner for a long time, watching the streetlights flicker on one by one, each one pushing back a little more of the gathering dusk. He felt the walls of his life not as a protection, but as the bars of a very clean, very quiet cage. His silence was not just his own anymore. It was a keystone holding up an entire architecture of lies. To remove it would bring everything down, exactly as Halloran had said. He went inside. Clara was setting the table. She smiled at him. A smile that was still warm, but now held a question she would never voice. A constant, gentle check on his stability. He kissed her forehead, the gesture a part of their new script. That night, after everyone was asleep, he did something he had not allowed himself to do since his release. He went online, not through his home network, but using a prepaid data card he had purchased for cash months ago and hidden. He accessed a public, non-indexed forum, a digital ghost town. He typed a single phrase, a line from an old, obscure poem Shaw had quoted once during that long-ago briefing. He posted it, and then he erased the card and destroyed it. It was not a call to action. It was not a signal. It was a message in a bottle, tossed into a vast, dark ocean. It said only, "I am here." I remember. Weeks passed. Spring turned the Virginia air soft. He was pruning a rose bush in his backyard when a different car, a utility van, pulled up next door. A man in coveralls got out and began checking the meter. As he passed John's fence, he dropped a small, rolled-up piece of paper into the grass without breaking stride. John waited until the van was gone, then picked it up. It was a receipt from a diner in Montreal. On the back was a time, a date, and the number of a locker in a bus station in Baltimore. The writing was Shaw's. John stood holding the paper, feeling the sun on his neck, hearing a dog bark happily down the street. He thought of Latimer's warning. He thought of his daughter's laugh. He thought of the 12 white blooms fading on the thermal paper, their heat stolen by the indifferent jungle. He thought of the silence he had chosen, and the silence that had been chosen for them. He crumpled the receipt in his hand. Then, slowly, carefully, he smoothed it out again. He looked at the numbers, memorized them. He did not know what he would do. But for the first time in a year, the silence within him was not empty. It was waiting. The date was 2 days away. The hours that followed were a study in excruciating normalcy. He drove to work, attended meetings about freight tariffs, and came home. He helped with homework. He watched a movie with Clara, his arm around her, feeling the profound distance between the warmth of her body and the cold calculation unfolding in his mind. He was a theater of one, performing a role he had written for himself in a moment of surrender. And now every gesture felt like a lie layered upon the original lie. The morning of the date, he called in sick. Clara, concerned, offered to stay home. He insisted she go to her volunteer work, using a tone of weary reassurance he had perfected. "Just need to sleep off this headache," he said. And the words tasted of copper and guilt. Once the house was empty, he moved. He took cash from a hiding place, put on a generic baseball cap and a jacket he rarely wore, and drove not toward Baltimore, but in the opposite direction, taking a circuitous route through a series of shopping center parking lots. He parked at a metro station miles from his home and took public transit into the city, a ghost among the morning commuters. The bus station was a cathedral of transience and stale air. He found the locker. It was a small gray metal door among hundreds. His hand was steady as he dialed the combination from the receipt. The door clicked open. Inside was a cheap prepaid phone, the kind sold in blister packs at convenience stores. It was powered on. As he lifted it, the screen lit up with an incoming text from an unknown number. "Walk. East on Fayette. Keep the phone." He slipped the phone into his pocket and obeyed, moving with the flow of pedestrians. The city noise was a blanket. He felt exposed, a single thread pulled loose from the fabric of his assigned life. After 3 blocks, the phone vibrated again. "Blue sedan, double parked. Get in." He saw it, an older model sedan with tinted windows. The passenger door unlocked as he approached. He slid inside. The car pulled smoothly into traffic. The driver was a woman he had never seen before, with sharp features and eyes that never left the road. She said nothing. They drove for 20 minutes, weaving through downtown and into an industrial area near the docks. The car finally stopped in the shadow of a vacant warehouse. The driver nodded toward a rusted metal door. Inside, 10 minutes. Her voice was flat, devoid of inflection. John got out. The door was slightly ajar. He pushed it open and stepped into a vast, echoing space, dimly lit by daylight filtering through grimy windows high above. In the center of the concrete floor, beside a pillar, stood Dorian Shaw. He looked both better and worse than John had imagined. He stood straighter, but his face was leaner, harder, the eyes like chips of flint. He wore civilian clothes that didn't quite fit. He was a sculpture of tension and survival. "You came," Shaw said. "It wasn't a greeting. It was an assessment. You sent a picture, a reminder that they don't own all the pieces." Shaw took a step closer, his voice dropping, echoing slightly in the cavernous room. "They've closed the loop, John. My suicide is being prepared. A body found in a Berlin flat, a note full of remorse for my delusions. It will be the final proof that your breakdown was my contagion." A neat package. John felt a cold void open in his stomach. "What do you want from me?" "Confirmation," Shaw said, his gaze piercing. "You got my message, you remember. But I need to know if you're just a memorial, or if you're still a man. They've given you a life, a comfortable cage. I'm offering you nothing but a chance to spit in their eye one time for real. The packet you sent was intercepted, wasn't it?" "Yes. I have another copy, a physical copy, not just data, hard copies of the memo, the transfer orders, witness statements from 2 of my men who survived the initial ambush and were later silenced. The whole ugly truth. It's in a safe place, but it needs a credible bearer, a face, a name. Someone from inside the machine who chose to walk out. Me, they'll dismiss as a ghost." John stared at him. "You want me to take it public? To stand in front of cameras? I want you to choose," Shaw corrected, his voice fierce. "Really choose? Not the choice they gave you between your family and the truth. That was no choice. That was torture. I'm giving you a third option. You bring it into the light and I have a network. Not big, but real. That will get your family out. New identities. A life somewhere far away. It won't be this. He gestured vaguely, encompassing the suburban dream John had left that morning. But it will be free, and it will be true. The enormity of it crashed over John narrated. It was a madman's plan, a spy thriller fantasy. Yet, Shaw's eyes held no madness, only a cold, relentless clarity forged in betrayal and jungle death. He was offering not just action, but a path to reunite the shattered pieces of John's soul. And if I say no, John asked, though he already knew, then you walk out that door. You go back to your lawn and your logistics reports. You live the lie and I become a suicide in Berlin. The story of Cormorant gets buried in a closed file in a basement forever. And you will listen for that hum, John. The hum of that photograph in your drawer for the rest of your very long, very quiet life. From outside, a car horn sounded. Once, twice. Their time was up. Shaw pulled a small key from his pocket and pressed it into John's hand. Locker 114, Union Station, D.C. The code is the date of the ambush. You have 24 hours to decide to retrieve it. After that, I move it, and the offer vanishes. Shaw turned and began to walk toward the far shadows of the warehouse. They watch, John, he called back, his voice echoing. But they can't see everything. Not if you stop being afraid of what they might see. John stood alone in the dusty silence, the key biting into his palm. The driver was waiting. He walked back to the car, his mind a storm of white blooms and his daughter's laugh and the weight of a key. They drove back in utter silence. She dropped him 2 blocks from the metro station. He made his way home, arriving just before Clara. He stood in the kitchen, the normalcy of the room now a profound illusion. The key felt like it was burning a hole in his pocket. He had 24 hours. One day to choose between the life he had preserved with a lie and the terrifying, uncertain possibility of a truth that would cost him everything, but might, just might, set him free. He looked out the window at the quiet street, and for the first time, he saw not a peaceful neighborhood, but a beautifully constructed set. And he was no longer sure if he was an actor on the stage or a prisoner in the wings. The afternoon sun slanted across the kitchen tiles. Clara came home, her arms full of groceries, her smile a question. He helped her put things away, his movements automatic. He listened to her talk about her day, the garden club's plans for a perennial border. Each ordinary word was a stitch in the fabric of the life he was holding together by sheer will. He slept that night in fitful bursts, the key under his pillow a cold, hard secret. In the dark, he played out the scenarios. Standing at a press conference, the flashbulbs blinding, his voice shaking as he laid out the evidence. The immediate backlash, the denials, the character assassination Latimer had promised. Clara's face, confused, then horrified. His daughter pulled from school, her friends whispering. And then the flight, the loss, the barren landscape of a new identity in some distant country. Was that freedom? Or just a different cage, built from the rubble of everything he loved? But then he saw the other path, the long road he was already on. The decades of mowing the lawn, of smiling at barbecues, of growing old beside a woman with whom he shared a beautiful, hollow sea. He saw himself as an old man staring into the fire, the hum of the photograph the only real thing left in him. Morning came, gray and damp. He went through the motions of a Saturday. Pancakes, the hardware store for a new washer for the garden hose. He watched his daughter on the swing in the backyard, her hair flying. He felt a love so sharp it was like grief. At 2 p.m, with Clara taking their daughter to a birthday party, he knew his time for indecision was over. He stood in the quiet house, the key in his hand. He thought of Shaw's words, "They can't see everything," Not if you stop being afraid of what they might see. He drove to Union Station. The vast, bustling terminal was a river of anonymous people. He found the bank of lockers. Locker 114. His heart was a dull, heavy drum. He input the date, the numbers feeling sacred and cursed. The door swung open. Inside was a slim, sealed waterproof pouch. He did not open it. He slipped it inside his jacket, feeling its slight weight against his ribs. It was not just paper. It was a live grenade with the pin already pulled. He walked back to his car, every sense screaming, expecting a hand on his shoulder, Latimer's dry voice in his ear. Nothing happened. The drive home was a blur. He hid the pouch behind a loose baseboard in his office, a different hiding place than the photograph. The two pieces of evidence, now together in the house, seemed to generate a silent, magnetic field of tension. He had the truth. Now, he had to choose what to do with it. Clara returned, full of stories about the party. He hugged his daughter too tightly, making her squirm. Over dinner, Clara looked at him, her gaze lingering. "You seem different today," she said softly. "A little more here." The observation shocked him. Was it that visible? Had his decision, even unmade, already changed his frequency? "Just a good day," he said, and reached for her hand. She took it, her eyes searching his. He saw in her, then, not just his wife, but the woman who had married a man who believed in duty and truth. That man had been buried for a year. She had mourned him, and then accepted the quieter, paler version that came back. But what if that man was not gone? What if he was just trapped? That night after midnight, he went to his daughter's room. He watched her sleep, her chest rising and falling with the easy rhythm of untroubled dreams. He knew then he could not choose the explosion. He could not willingly plunge her into that chaos. Shaw's offer of escape was a fantasy. They would be hunted, or they would live looking over their shoulders forever. But as he turned to go, a new, terrible thought crystallized. Perhaps the choice was not between destroying his family's life or living a lie. Perhaps there was a third way, a way to honor the truth without sacrificing them to the fire. It would not be a grand stand. It would be a quiet, patient, infinitely dangerous game. He would have to become something else, not a ghost and not a martyr, but a sleeper. He would have to protect the evidence and wait for a shift in the political wind, for an ally, for a moment of vulnerability in the edifice they had built. He would have to live the lie, but with a purpose now, guarding the seed of truth until the season was right for it to grow. It was a life sentence of a different kind. It required a faith he wasn't sure he possessed, but it was a path forward that did not end in ruin or in silence. He went to the baseboard, removed the pouch, and for the first time, opened it. He didn't read the documents. He simply took a picture of the first page, the damning memo header, with the prepaid phone he had not disposed of from the warehouse. Then he resealed the pouch and hid it again. He powered on the phone. He sent the picture to Shaw's number with a single line of text. "The seed is kept. It waits for the soil." The response came minutes later. Then we wait, and we watch. John deleted the exchange and destroyed the phone. He stood in the dark study, the hum of the photograph in the drawer now joined by a new steady pulse from behind the wall. He was not free. He was not at peace. But he was, for the first time since the jungle, a soldier again. His mission was not to attack, but to preserve. His battlefield was his own home. His weapon was patience, and his armor was the love for the family he would now protect not with his silence, but with his secret, unwavering vigilance. The lie would be his camouflage. The truth, his compass. He walked back to bed, slid in beside Clara, and stared at the ceiling, listening to the sound of her breathing and to the new, purposeful quiet of his own heart. Story 2. The line was the edge of the lamplight on the wet pavement, a perfect, trembling semicircle of sodium yellow against the infinite black of the rain. Arturo watched it from his armchair, the boundary between the warmth of his reading lamp and the cold, swallowing night beyond his window. It was a line he understood. Inside was the worn leather of the chair, the smell of old paper and bourbon, the silent clock. Outside was the city, a machine of shadows and forgotten promises. For 30 years, he had policed that line, knowing what belonged on which side. Now, retired, the line was all he had left to watch. But tonight, the rain seemed to blur it, the yellow light bleeding into the black seeping into the yellow, until the division felt like a suggestion, not a law. A place where something or someone could slip through. The call came an hour later, when the rain had softened to a mist that clung to the windows like breath. It was Carver, a voice from the other side of that line, from the world of official designations and urgent clearances. The tone was cordial, edged with the faint embarrassment of asking for a favor from a ghost. Foster was dead. Leo Foster, found in his rented room above a tailor's shop in a neighborhood that had changed languages 3 times in 50 years. The local police called it an overdose, a sad end for a sad old man. But Foster had been careful, Carver said. Foster had been a canary in a coal mine for 40 years, singing only for the right handler. He wouldn't have misjudged the dose. Not by that much. There was a file. A conversation Foster had wanted to have with only one person, Arturo. They gave him a young field agent named Miller to drive. The car was a dark sedan that smelled of stale coffee and new vinyl. Miller was polite, his eyes constantly scanning the mirrored world in the windshield. A man for whom the line was still sharp, still sacred. Arturo said nothing, letting the silence stretch until it became its own kind of interrogation. The city slid by, a film strip of blurred neon and slick asphalt. "It left a message for you, sir," Miller finally offered, unable to bear the quiet. "On a microcassette. Just one word. Cobalt. In anything?" It did. It meant a room in Vienna, 1989. The smell of damp wool and fear. It meant a handshake over a table littered with empty glasses, a pact made in the gray zone where the line had vanished completely. It meant Drew. Foster's room was a capsule of arrested time. The air was thick with the smell of boiled cabbage, mildew, and beneath it, the sweet, coppery tang of death left too long in a closed space. The forensic team had come and gone, leaving behind the eerie stillness of a violated sanctuary. Arturo moved through it not as a cop, but as an archaeologist of a single life. The bed was narrow, the blanket thin. Books in 3 languages lined makeshift shelves of planks and bricks. History, poetry, manuals on birdwatching. Foster's other life, the one he was supposed to be living. On the small desk, a photograph of a woman with kind eyes, faded by sun. Kyra had had eyes like that once, before the distance set in. The evidence was a pantomime. The syringe, the little bag of white powder, the slumped form they had photographed and removed. Too late. A man like Foster, a spider at the center of a web of whispers, did not exit the stage with such a tidy curtain. Arturo's eyes moved to the window. The sill was dusty, but near the latch, the dust was disturbed in 2 clean, parallel arcs, as if something thin and rigid had been placed there, then removed. A tool, a key, a wire. He spent the next days in a rented office they gave him, a sterile cube with a view of an air shaft. The file on Foster was a masterpiece of omission. Pages of routine reports, innocuous meetings, pension disbursements. The real story was in the gaps, in the years unaccounted for, in the sources cryptically referenced by number only. Arturo cross-referenced those numbers with his own memory, a fading ledger he had hoped never to open again. They led to safe houses in Berlin, dead drops in Istanbul, a frostbitten exchange on a bridge in Prague. And always, in the background of these operations, a shadow opponent, a mind that moved with a chilling, elegant precision. Drew. Vasily Drevnov. The name was a ghost, a theory, a nemesis. Their rivalry had never been a public spectacle. It was a chess game played over continents and decades, through proxies and pawns. A slow, patient war of attrition, fought in the silent places of the world. Cobalt. Halt. The operation was a failure. A young agent, Igor, had been compromised in Budapest. Drew's people had him. The choice was brutal. Abandon the agent to a show trial and certain execution or trade. The currency was Foster. Foster, who had just been turned, who was the West's newest, shiniest key into the Eastern Bloc's inner circle. Arturo, then a field coordinator, had argued against the trade. The agent knew the risks. Foster was the future. He was overruled by men in rooms with carpets so thick it swallowed sound. The trade was made on a foggy dock in Trieste. The young agent came home broken, silent. Foster was cast back into the dark, a marked man. And Drew had won. He had forced a moral sacrifice that left a stain on everyone who touched it. He had proven the line was flexible, that a man's life could be weighed against an asset's potential and be found heavier. The higher-ups, the senior officials, were a gallery of concerned faces. They offered support with empty hands. We just need to know if this was personal, Arturo, or if it opens up historical vulnerabilities. Historical vulnerabilities. That was what they called the graves they had dug. One of them, a man named Price with the cool demeanor of a surgeon, was less sanguine. Foster was talking about a reconciliation, a memoir of sorts. He felt he owed a debt to history, to truth. Price's smile was thin. We can't have ghosts writing their own epitaphs, can we? It confuses the narrative. The narrative. Arturo felt the web tightening, not around Foster's death, but around him. He visited the field agents, the foot soldiers, a woman named Chen, who had been Foster's last routine contact, met him in a botanical garden. She spoke while pretending to photograph orchids. He was scared, not of dying, of being misunderstood. He kept saying he wanted to balance the ledger. He mentioned a gift for you. Another agent, older, with a drinker's tremor in his hands, found Arturo in a library. They'll hang this on you if they can, he whispered. The smell of gin a cloud around him. The Cobalt decision. They'll say it was your call, that Foster held a grudge, that you silenced him. They need a closed file, not a truth. Kyra called. Her voice, from their quiet house in the country, was a distant bell. Are you in trouble again, Arturo? Not are you all right? Not I miss you. Are you in trouble? His whole life, defined by the trouble he navigated, the lines he crossed for a cause that now seemed as substantial as the mist on his window. No, he lied. Just tying up loose ends. The silence that followed was a chasm. You always were better with ends than with beginnings, she said, and hung up. The breakthrough came from the tailor downstairs, a small man with needles pinched in the lapel of his coat. He was afraid, but Foster had been a good tenant, quiet. The night he died, a man came. Elegant, spoke like a professor. He brought a bottle of good brandy. I heard them talking upstairs. Not the words, but the tone. It was civilized. Arturo showed him a photograph, an old surveillance still from East Berlin. The tailor's eyes widened. Yes, that is him. He left alone. He looked satisfied. Drew was here, in the city. He had walked across the blurred line, into the light, to share a drink with a man he had condemned 40 years before. And then Foster had died. The confrontation took place in the one location Arturo had requested be kept off any official file, the Maritime Museum in the Hall of Antique Navigational Instruments. It was a cavernous space, silent, but for the distant echo of a school group. Drew stood before a large brass astrolabe, his hands clasped behind his back. He looked older, of course, but the elegance was intact, the sharp intelligence in his eyes undimmed. He looked like a retired academic, not a spider who had once held the threads of a continent in his hands. "Arturo," Drew said without turning, "I wondered if you would choose this place, the tools of dead reckoning. How appropriate. You killed him." Drew turned, his expression one of profound sadness. "I did not. I gave him absolution, and in return, he gave me the gift of closure. He overdosed. He chose his exit. With dignity. The alternative was to wait for your people to discredit him, to paint him as a senile traitor fabricating stories for his memoir. Price had already drafted the press release. Foster knew this. He preferred to be the author of his own end." Arturo felt the world tilt. The official narrative, ready to go. The loose end, neatly snipped, not by the rival, but by his own side. To protect the historical record dug down. To keep the line clean. Why the meeting? Why the brandy? To say, "Thank you," Drew said simply. "For cobalt. You see, you were right to argue against the trade. That young agent you sacrificed Foster for, he was mine. A double from the very beginning. A plant. I knew you would trade Foster for him. It was the calculus of your people, a known, loyal life over an unknown asset. Foster's betrayal was the greatest coup of my career, and you..." The words fell into the silence of the museum like stones into a deep well. The moral failure was complete. He had fought Drew for decades, believing in the rightness of his side, the necessity of their actions. Now he saw it was a game of reflections, where every noble gesture could be twisted into a weapon, where the only true currency was the willingness to betray your own principles. He had lost Kyra to this. He had lost his peace. And for what? A game Drew had been playing on a different plane entirely. And the tape? Cobalt? A final gift from Foster to you. The location of the proof. The young agent's confession recorded before he succumbed to his guilt. Foster had kept it all these years. His insurance, now it is yours. It is in the hollow spine of the bird-watching guide for the Carpathian region, on his shelf. It proves your instincts were... Drew nodded, a faint, almost imperceptible gesture, and began to walk away, his footsteps echoing on the marble floor. He paused at the door, a silhouette against the light from the hall. "We drew our lines, Arturo. We fought over the space between them. But the truth is, the only thing that ever truly existed was the fight itself. The line was always an illusion." Arturo did not go back to the office. He went to Foster's room. He found the book, felt the weight of the small, sealed film canister hidden within. He did not open it. He sat on the narrow bed in the room that smelled of dust and absence, and held the cold metal cylinder in his hand. He thought of the blurred line of lamplight on the wet pavement. He thought of Kyra's voice on the phone, already part of the past. He thought of Drew, walking away into the light, his work complete. He thought of Foster, choosing his own end, the last act of control left to him. The canister was the truth. It was the answer. It was the weapon that could clear his name and scorch the earth of his former life. It was the final, enigmatic clue to a mystery that had consumed decades. Outside, the rain began again, a soft patter against the window. Arturo sat in the gathering dark, turning the cold metal over and over in his hands, staring at it, not as a solution, but as a relic of a war fought in the shadows. A war where the only true casualty had been the very idea of a side worth being on. He would not deliver it. He would not use it. To do so would be to re-enter the game, to acknowledge the line. He simply held it, the full weight of his life and its choices condensed into this small, cold object, and listened to the rain erase the world outside. He did not know how long he sat there. The room darkened from gray to charcoal to black, until the only light was the faint, greasy glow from the street lamp below, casting the same trembling semicircle on the ceiling. The canister was a sinkhole in his palm, pulling all thought and feeling into its dense, silent core. To act was to choose a side. To not act was a choice of another kind. Foster had chosen. Drew had chosen. They had both found a perverse peace in their final moves. Arturo stood, his joints protesting. He slipped the canister into his coat pocket. It felt heavier than a gun. He left the room, locking the door behind him with the key Miller had given him, and descended the narrow stairs. The tailor shop was dark, a closed mouth. The rain was steady now, a cold, soaking drizzle. He walked without direction, the city's grid dissolving into a maze of reflections and halos around the lights. He was a ghost, moving through a world that had been parsed, catalogued, and betrayed by the very logic he had served. The proof in his pocket was not a key to the future. It was a lock on the past. It would not change what had happened to the young agent, to Foster, to Kyra. It would only provide a bitter official reason for the rot he felt inside. He found himself on a bridge. Below, the river was a black slab, streaked with the city's neon scars. He took the canister from his pocket. The river would take it. The water would seep into the seal, ruin the tape, dissolve the truth into silt. It was the cleanest end. He leaned against the railing, the metal cold and wet under his hands. But Foster had given it to him. Not to the agency. Not to history. To him. A gift, Chen had said. A cruelty, Drew had said. Perhaps it was both. Perhaps the final move was not to destroy or to deploy, but to simply hold the truth, knowing it changed nothing and everything. He put the canister back in his pocket. He turned and walked away from the river, toward the blurred glow of the city center. He would not go to Carver. He would not go to Price. There was a third option, a space outside their lines. He used a payphone, the receiver damp in his hand. He called a number he had memorized years ago for emergencies, a number that rang in a small newspaper office known for careful forensic journalism. He asked for a man named Elias. When the voice answered, calm and alert, Arturo spoke slowly, clearly. I have story. It's about a game called Cobalt. It's about how we lose even when we think we're winning. I have the proof. You can have it on two conditions. You protect your source, and you print all of it. There was a pause on the line, the sound of a door being closed. Understood, Elias said. Where? Arturo gave him the location of a different safe place, a left luggage locker in the grand, echoing train station. He would leave the canister there, with a note. Let the truth go into the world anonymously, a stone dropped into a pond. Let the ripples find their own shores. It was not a victory. It was a release. He hung up and walked to the station. The act felt quiet. Final. He was not balancing any ledger. He was closing the book. When the locker door clicked shut, he felt a hollowing out, a lightness that was almost like grief. He took a train not home, but in the opposite direction toward the coast. He needed to see something vast and indifferent. Kyra's face floated in his mind, not as she was now, but as she had been in Vienna, before the lines had been drawn, when the world was still a place of possibility, not positions. He would not call her. Not yet. Perhaps not ever. Some silences, once begun, had their own integrity. As the train clattered into the dark, he looked at his reflection in the window, superimposed over the fleeing landscape. He saw an old man, tired. His story now a ghost in the machine, soon to be someone else's problem, someone else's scandal. Drew was wrong. The fight was not all there was. There was also what remained when the fighting was done. There was the quiet, the rain, the memory of a woman's smile, the weight of a choice that was finally, solely his own. The line was an illusion, but the man looking out the window, heading into the anonymous dark, that was real. For now, that was enough. The salt wind off the sea was the first clean thing he had felt in weeks. He took a room in a boarding house that smelled of fried fish and wax polish. And for 3 days he did nothing but walk the granite breakwater and watch the gulls wheel and cry over the churning water. He slept deeply, dreamlessly, as if the act of relinquishing the tape had been a physical purge. On the 4th morning, he bought a newspaper. The story was not there. Not yet. Elias was careful, would be verifying, building the narrative. Arturo felt no anxiety, only a distant curiosity, as if observing the aftermath of an event that had already happened to someone else. He was sitting on a bench, watching fishing boats unload their silver catch, when he felt the presence beside him. He did not need to look. "You are surprisingly difficult to find for a man who has just set a match to his own life," Drew said. He was wearing a sensible raincoat and looked like any other elderly tourist braving the coastal weather. "I didn't light the match. I just stopped guarding the fuse." Drew nodded, following the flight of a gull. A semantic difference. The effect will be the same. Price will be dismantled. The A-Cobalt mythology will be rewritten. A few heads will roll, mostly decorative ones. The institution will sigh, express regret for past excesses, and continue. It always does. Then why are you here? To see the man who finally understood the game, and to deliver a message from her. Arturo's blood turned to ice. He looked at Drew for the first time. The older man's face was unreadable. Kyra? No. Di. Not Kyra. The woman in the photograph on Foster's desk. Her name was Livia. She was my agent too. Her assignment was to love him, to steady him, to be his anchor to the world we were slowly pulling him into. She did her job too well. She actually loved him. When he was traded back, she was recalled. She died in 1991. Dotica. A flu, they said. I have my doubts. Foster never knew she was one of mine. He thought she had simply left him. That loss, that private, personal betrayal, was the real wound. The geopolitics were just the theater. Arturo closed his eyes. Another lair. Another betrayal. The personal, forever entwined with the operational, until the heart itself became a battlefield. Why tell me this? Because Foster's gift to you was the truth. Consider this my gift. The truth is not a single thing. It is a labyrinth. You have found one center. There are others. You wanted to know why he really chose to die. It was not because of Price's press release. It was because I finally told him about Livia. I gave him the last piece of his life's puzzle, and the picture. Arturo stood, the need to move, to escape this relentless excavation, overwhelming him. You are a monster. I am a craftsman, Drew corrected softly. And so were you. We built our cages of lies and called them duty. I am merely showing you the blueprint of yours, now that you have thrown away the key. Drew rose, placing a hand on the damp back of the bench for support. The story will break tomorrow. They will come for you then, not to thank you, but to contain you. You have one night. I suggest you use it to decide what Arturo Varelli does when he is no longer an asset, an officer, or a rival. Just a man. Just a man. He walked away, his figure growing smaller and less distinct along the misty pier, until he was absorbed by the gray light. Arturo did not return to the boarding house. He left his bag, his few belongings. He walked to the small train station and bought a ticket, not with a destination in mind, but with a direction, south. As the local train rattled through the countryside, he thought of Livia and Foster, of Kyra, of the young agent whose face he could barely remember. He thought of the tape, spinning its truth in a locker, soon to be a headline, a scandal, a footnote. He got off at a sleepy market town, the kind of place that existed in the spaces between the places that mattered. He rented a room above a pub with cash. He lay on the narrow bed, listening to the murmur of voices and the clink of glasses below. For the first time in 40 years, there was no mission, no file, no side to report to, no line to watch. There was only the quiet and the terrifying, limitless freedom of the rest of his life, stretching out like the sea in the dark. He did not know who he would be in the morning, but the man who fell asleep that night, lulled by the ordinary sounds of life below, was, for the first time, entirely his own. The pub sign creaked on its hinges in the night breeze, a lonely, rhythmic sound. Dawn came, a pale and watery light seeping through the thin curtains. Arturo rose and bought a newspaper from the stand in the square. He took it to a bench under a bare-limbed tree and unfolded it with steady hands. The story was on page 5, a respectable placement, not a splashy headline. But the details were all there. Cobalt, the double, the institutional betrayal, the cover-up. It was careful, precise, and damning. His name was not mentioned. He was referred to only as a former intelligence officer of high standing, now retired. Elias had kept his word. He read it through once, then folded the paper and left it on the bench. He felt nothing. No vindication, no fear, no sorrow. It was as if he had read an account of a natural disaster in a faraway country. He spent the day walking the perimeter of the town, along hedgerows and muddy footpaths. He ate a plowman's lunch in a quiet corner of the pub. He was a ghost, observing a world that had no need of him. He half expected to see Carver's men, or Price, idling in a car, but there was nothing. Perhaps Drew was right. They would express regret, sacrifice a few names, and continue. He was now an inconvenient truth they had already metabolized. On the second day, he bought a small notebook and a pen. He did not write about the service, or about Cobalt. He began to write about the taste of the apple he had for breakfast, the way the light fell on the red brick of the post office, the sound of the blacksmith's hammer from the far side of the village. He wrote about Vienna, not the dead drops or the surveillance protocols, but the smell of coffee and pastries in a cafe where he and Kyra had once taken shelter from the rain. He wrote about her laugh, a sound he realized he had not allowed himself to remember for years. The words were clumsy, the observations trivial. They felt more real than any report he had ever filed. A week passed. The newspaper coverage continued, a ripple of scandal moving through the political pages. He avoided the television in the pub. One evening, as he was finishing his solitary dinner, the publican, a large man with a kind face, approached his table. "Gentleman was in earlier asking after you," he said, wiping his hands on his apron. "Polite fellow, well spoken. Said he was an old friend." Arturo's fork stilled. "What did you tell him?" "Told him we had a guest matching that description, but that you were out. He said not to bother you. Left you this." The publican placed a small sealed envelope on the table. It was blank. When the man had moved away, Arturo opened it. Inside was a single sheet of high-quality paper. The handwriting was precise, familiar. "Arturo, The edifice is cracking, as predicted. The weather vane turns. You have achieved what few manage, a clean exit. I am retiring, for good this time. There is a cottage in Scotland. The lines there are drawn by mountains and sea, not by men. I find I prefer them. A final piece of the labyrinth, offered not as a weapon, but as a courtesy. The young agent, the one you traded for Foster, he did not succumb to guilt. He was eliminated by our side when his purpose was served. A loose end. Foster never knew this. Some truths are too corrosive even for confession. You now know everything I know. We drew our lines. Now we must live in the spaces they created. I wish you well in yours. D. No signature. Arturo held the paper over the candle flame on the table. It blackened, curled, and fell as ash onto his plate. He stirred the ashes into the leftover gravy. The next morning he packed his few things. He settled his bill with the publican, who nodded as if he understood guests who arrived and left without explanation. At the small station, Arturo did not buy a ticket south. He bought one north. The journey was long, the trains slow and interconnecting. He watched the landscape change, the soft hills giving way to rugged, heather-clad moorland, then to the dramatic, glowering peaks of the highlands. He got off at a tiny request stop, nothing but a platform and a name. The air was sharp with peat and cold stone. He walked 3 miles down a single-track road, his bag on his shoulder. The cottage was where Drew's letter had suggested it might be, at the end of a long loch, nestled against a shoulder of the mountain. It was stone-built, low, and sturdy. Smoke whispered from its chimney. The line of the loch was a perfect, clear demarcation between land and water, immutable and true. He did not approach. He stood on the road, looking down. He saw the door open. A figure emerged, wrapped in a thick coat, and walked toward a woodpile. Drew. He moved slowly, methodically, selecting logs. An old man performing a simple chore. He did not look up the hill. Arturo watched for a few minutes. Then he turned and walked back the way he had come. He had not come for a confrontation or for closure. He had come to see the space Drew had chosen, to see that the game for him was truly over. He caught the returning train. As it pulled away, he looked out at the vast, empty landscape, scoured by wind and weather. It held no answers. It simply was. He got off in a larger town as evening fell. He found a post office. He bought a postcard, a generic picture of the highland scenery. On the back, he wrote an address he still knew by heart. He wrote no message, no name. He simply put a stamp on it and dropped it in the box. The image would tell her he was alive. The silence would tell her he was free. It was the only thing he had left to give, and the only thing that was truly his, to offer. He walked out into the twilight. The streetlights were coming on, their glow contained in the misty air. He did not feel like a ghost anymore. He felt like a man, alone on a street in a town whose name he did not know, with nowhere he needed to be, and no one he needed to be for. The past was a published story. The future was an unwritten page. The line between them was, as ever, an illusion. He kept walking, his footsteps the only sound in the quiet, damp night. The rain began again, a fine, persistent mist that beaded on the wool of his coat. He found a small hotel near the station, a place of faded floral carpets and a smell of boiled cabbage. He paid for a night. The room was cold, the radiator clicking and inert. He lay on the bed, still in his coat, and stared at the water stains on the ceiling. The postcard would take days to reach Vienna. He wondered if Kyra still lived at that flat, if she would even recognize the handwriting of the stamp. It didn't matter. The gesture was complete the moment it left his hand. Sleep, when it came, was thin and fractured with images. Livia's face, assembled from the grainy photograph and his own imagination. The young agent, his features now sharp and clear in the dream, looking at him with an expression not of accusation, but of weary understanding. Foster, raising his glass not in toast, but in a silent final question. He woke before dawn, shivering. The cold had seeped into his bones. He went down to the lobby, where a tired-looking woman was already behind the counter. He asked for tea. She brought it in a thick china pot, and he drank it slowly, feeling the heat spread through his chest. "Heading far?" the woman asked, more out of routine than curiosity. "Not sure," Arturo said. It was the most honest answer he'd given in years. He left the hotel as the sky lightened to a dull pewter. The town was waking up. Delivery vans rattled down the high street. Shopkeepers rolled up shutters with a clatter. He bought a new notebook, a better pen. He found a cafe that was just opening and took a table by the window. He began to write again. Not observations this time, but a letter. A letter to no one. To the young agent. He wrote down everything he remembered about the exchange. The cold on the bridge. The look in the boy's eyes. He wrote his apology. Not for the act, which was duty, but for the not knowing. For accepting the official story. For allowing the boy to become a statistic, a loose end. The words flowed, painful and necessary, filling page after page. It was not a report. It was a testament. When he finished, his hand was cramped. He closed the notebook. The weight of it in his hands felt different from the canister. This was not evidence. It was an acknowledgement. He posted the notebook to himself at the main post office in London, general delivery. A thing to be collected, or not. A record to exist somewhere other than in his own mind. Then, with empty hands, he walked to the train station once more. The board showed departures to dozens of places, cities, coastal towns, remote junctions. He stood before it, reading the names like a map of possibilities. He felt no pull, no guiding instinct. The freedom was absolute and, for a moment, paralyzing. A train was announced, the next to depart. It was a slow service, stopping at every village along the coast. He bought a ticket simply because it was the next one leaving. He boarded and found a seat. The carriage was almost empty. As the train pulled out, winding through back gardens and industrial yards before opening to fields, he thought of Drew stacking wood by the loch. He thought of Elias in his newspaper office, already working on the next story. He thought of Carver and Price, maneuvering in the aftermath. They were all still playing, even in retirement. Their lines had just been redrawn. His own lines were gone. The landscape of his life was blank, uncharted. It was terrifying. It was also the only thing of value he possessed. The train stopped at a tiny station by the sea. On an impulse, he stood and got off. The platform was deserted. He could hear the crash of waves. He left the station and walked down a lane, through a gap in a stone wall, and onto a vast, empty beach. The wind was fierce, scouring the sand, whipping the sea into whitecaps. The horizon was a seamless merge of gray water and gray sky. He walked to the water's edge, the cold spray stinging his face. He stood there for a long time, watching the relentless surge and pull of the tide. It had no objective. It simply was, a force of endless motion, erasing and renewing. He took off his shoes and socks, rolled up his trousers, and stepped into the foam. The cold was shocking, immediate, a pain that was pure and clarifying. He let the water rush around his ankles, feeling the sand shift and pull beneath his feet. He was here, in the cold, in the wind, on the edge of the land. There was no next move to calculate, no side to choose. There was only the present, vast and indifferent and real. He did not know how long he stood there. When he finally turned and walked back up the beach, his feet were numb. his face raw. He did not look back at the sea. He picked up his shoes and walked toward the lane, toward the small station, toward whatever came next. The path was not a line. It was just a way forward, one step at a time, into the waiting ordinary day. The station master gave him a curious look as he passed, a barefoot man with wet trousers in the cold. Arturo nodded, a simple, human acknowledgement that seemed to satisfy the man, who returned to his newspaper. The next train wouldn't come for an hour. He sat on a wooden bench on the platform, letting his feet dry in the air, feeling the sensation slowly return in prickling waves. He watched a small bird hop along the tracks, pecking at invisible things. The simplicity of its purpose was calming. When the train arrived, he boarded and rode it to the end of the line, a small fishing port where the smell of salt and diesel hung in the air. He found a chandler's shop, and with the last of his cash, bought a pair of thick socks, heavy boots, and a waterproof jacket. He changed in a public lavatory, leaving his city shoes and damp coat in a bin. The new clothes were stiff and functional. They felt like a skin for a different man. He walked the quayside, watching fishermen mend nets, their hands moving with an automatic, practiced skill. He asked one of them, an old man with a face like weathered driftwood, if there was work. The man looked him up and down. "Can you follow orders without talking back? Can you haul a line in a freezing gale without complaining?" "I can," Arturo said. "Boat's the morning side. We leave at 5 tomorrow. Be here, or don't." The man turned back to his net. Arturo found a bunkhouse used by transient workers, paying for a week with the coins left in his pocket. The room was a cubicle with a cot and a small locker. It smelled of damp wool and tobacco. That night, he ate fish and chips from newspaper at a counter overlooking the harbor. The food was greasy and delicious. At 4:30 in the morning, in the pitch dark and lashing rain, he was on the quay. The old fisherman, whose name was Alistair, grunted when he saw him. He was put to work loading crates of bait. The boat shoved off into the choppy black water, and Arturo spent the next 12 hours in a world of physical toil, of shouted commands, of heaving, slippery fish, of a cold that penetrated to the marrow. His muscles screamed. His hands blistered, then bled. He said nothing, just worked. That night, in his bunk, the ache in his body was a profound, clean pain. It pushed out the other aches, the older, deeper ones. There was no room for memory here. There was only exhaustion and the promise of more work at dawn. Weeks passed. He learned the rhythms of the boat, the language of the sea and the men who worked it. He was paid in cash, enough for the bunkhouse and his meals. He spoke little. They called him Art and asked no questions. He was just another man running from something, and in a place like this, that was reason enough. One afternoon, during a rare calm, as they steamed back to port with a hold full of silver herring, Alistair handed him a mug of tea and stood beside him at the rail. "You're not running from the law," the old man stated, watching the gulls wheel. "No? A woman, then." Arturo sipped the hot, sweet tea. "In a manner of speaking." Alistair nodded, as if that covered everything. "The sea doesn't care. That's why men like us are here. It's a hard peace, but it's peace." It was the closest thing to a philosophical statement Arturo had ever heard from him. He understood it perfectly. Months turned. The story of Cobalt faded completely from the newspapers, replaced by new scandals. He never saw a familiar face on the quay. He began to think of the future in terms of seasons, of herring and mackerel runs, of storms to be weathered. One day, sorting the catch on the slimy deck, a herring, slick and shining, slipped from his grasp. As he grabbed for it, his wedding ring, which he had never taken off, struck the metal gunwale with a clear, bright ping. He stared at it, the plain gold band, now scratched and dulled by salt and work. He had not thought of it in a long time. It was just part of his hand. That evening back in port, he walked to the very end of the breakwater. The sea was calm, the sky streaked with orange and purple. He looked at the ring for a long time. Then, with a gentle, deliberate motion, he pulled it off. He felt the unfamiliar lightness on his finger. He did not throw it into the water. Instead, he put it in the pocket of his new jacket. It was not a symbol of what was lost, but a relic of the man who had worn it. That man was gone. The ring was now a simple object, with no more power than a stone. He walked back to the bunkhouse in the gathering dark. In his cubicle, he took out the notebook he had bought in the market town, the one he used to track his wages and expenses. On a fresh page, he wrote a single line. "Today, I took off the ring." It was not the start of a story. It was not an end. It was just a note, a mark on a page, a record of a change so small only he would ever know it. He closed the book and lay down. Outside, he could hear the murmur of the harbor, the creak of boats, the cry of a gull. They were the sounds of the world continuing. He closed his eyes and slept without dreaming. Story 3. The hallway was wrong. That was the first thing Detective Hayden noticed, standing in the dripping gloom of the third-floor landing. The door to apartment 3B was ajar, a slash of jaundiced light cutting across the worn carpet. But the hallway itself, the space between the stairwell and the door, seemed to have stretched. Or perhaps the walls had crept inwards, compressing the air into something thick and difficult to breathe. It was a trick of perspective, he knew, a symptom of fatigue and the building's sagging decrepitude. But it felt intentional, as if the scene had been physically adjusted to heighten the dread of approach. The city, through the grime-caked window at the end of the hall, was a smear of bruised twilight and neon, a perpetual exhalation of damp and decay. It was a city that felt skinned, its raw nerves exposed in every flickering street lamp and boarded-up storefront. Louis was already inside, a silhouette against the violence. Hayden could hear the young detective's breathing, a sharp, ragged sawing against the silent hum of the refrigerator. Hayden took his time, letting his eyes adjust, letting the details settle. The smell hit him first. Coppery and sweet, undercut with the sour tang of spoiled milk and something else. Something floral and cloying. Lilies. The apartment was a single room, a studio where life had been pared down to a bed, a table, a hot plate, and now a tableau. The man was on the bed, or rather what was left of him was arranged there. He was naked, enormously obese, his flesh a landscape of pale, rolling hills. His mouth was pried open with a wooden spoon, cracked and dry. It was stuffed full, overflowing, with rich, dark soil from which a handful of fat, wriggling earthworms cascaded down his chin onto his chest. Around his bloated neck, a necklace of empty food cans, cream of mushroom, beef stew, condensed milk, had been carefully wired together. The skin beneath was chafed and raw. On the wall above the bed, written in what appeared to be grease from a frying pan, was a single word. Gluttony. Christ, Louis whispered. He was 27, with a face that hadn't yet learned to hide its revulsion. His hands were clenched into white-knuckled fists at his sides. Hayden didn't speak. He moved with a weary, deliberate grace, circling the bed. He was a tall man, his own frame having shed its spare flesh over the years, leaving a topography of bone and tendon under his worn trench coat. His eyes, the color of old slate, missed nothing. He saw the empty pizza boxes stacked neatly in the corner, the dozens of TV dinner trays in the trash. He saw the photograph on the tiny table, the victim, younger, slimmer, arm around an elderly woman. A mother, perhaps. He saw the absolute lack of struggle. The man had been subdued, then staged. This was not a crime of passion. It was a sermon. "The spoon," Hayden said, his voice a low rasp, like gravel under a boot. "It's old. Handles worn smooth. Not from this place. He brought it with him." Lewis shook his head, his anger a palpable heat in the cold room. It gorged this guy, then made a spectacle of him. What kind of monster thinks like this? "A preacher," Hayden said, finally looking at his partner. "One with a very specific congregation. The city was their beat. A place named Haven that had forgotten what the word meant. Its rivers were veins of chemical sludge, its architecture a chronicle of failure, all soot-stained brick and corroding steel. The rain was a constant, fine mist that never cleansed, only seeped. It was in this waterlogged ruin that the preacher began his work. The second victim was found 2 weeks later in the financial district, in a sleek, sterile office high above the despair. He was a hedge fund manager, a man who had disemboweled pension funds with the same cold precision the killer now used on him. He was tied to his ergonomic chair, his tailored suit sliced open. His hands had been removed, placed neatly on the keyboard in front of him, fingers arranged to type the infinite symbol on a blood-smeared key. A stack of forged bonds, exquisite counterfeits, was stuffed into the cavity of his abdomen. The word on the glass window, written in lipstick taken from the victim's secretary's desk, was greed. The third was a socialite, a woman whose life was a curated performance of envy. She was discovered in the conservatory of her decaying mansion. Surrounded by the skeletal remains of exotic plants she could no longer afford to maintain. A hand mirror had been shattered, and shards had been meticulously, almost lovingly, pressed into her eyes. In her lap was a stolen Oscar statuette, tarnished and cold. The word, carved into the teakwood table beside her, was envy. The papers called him the Sin Eater. The department, overwhelmed and under-resourced, formed a task force that accomplished little but the generation of paperwork and overtime slips. Hayden and Louis moved through the chaos like ghosts. Hayden with his detached, analytical calm, Louis with a simmering fury that threatened to boil over. The clues were there, but they were fragments of an insane liturgy. The specific knot used in the bonds, the type of soil from the gluttony scene, a rare blend found only in the city's abandoned botanical gardens, the particular shade of lipstick, discontinued a decade prior. Hayden spent his nights in the precinct's archives, the green glow of a microfilm reader etching lines into his face. He was looking for a pattern in the madness, a biography in the brutality. He found a possible thread, a series of old unsolved assaults from 15 years ago, each victim vaguely connected to a now-defunct theological seminary on the city's outskirts. The assaults were not murders, but mutilations. A hand burned, a tongue cut, an eye put out. Symbolic punishments. The files were thin, the investigations abandoned. One name appeared in the margins of several reports. A person of interest never located. Darrell Finch. Lewis, meanwhile, was coming apart. The violence of the cases seeped into his dreams. He would wake in the small hours, the smell of lilies and blood in his nostrils, and watch his wife, Helen, sleep. She was a slight woman, a watercolor painting in a world of grit and grime. Her pregnancy just beginning to show a gentle curve under the sheets. She was his anchor, his fragment of a world that was not rotten. He would touch her hair, his fingers trembling, terrified that the city's darkness would find its way to her doorstep, that it would notice this one good thing and decide to correct it. Hayden found Darrell Finch, not through database alerts, but through a footnote in a moldering seminary yearbook from 1988. A pale, narrow-faced young man with eyes that held no light, standing at the edge of a group photo as if repelled by their proximity. His thesis title, The Geometry of Damnation, Moral Architecture in a Fallen World. Hayden felt a cold certainty settle in his gut. He showed the picture to Louis. "He's a ghost," Lewis said, staring at the photo. "How do you hunt a ghost?" "You wait for him to make a mistake," Hayden said. "Or you understand his sermon well enough to predict the next verse." The fourth sin was wrath. A corrupt union boss, known for his violent temper, was found in the boiler room of a shuttered factory. He had been suspended from chains, his body used as a human clapper inside a massive rusted bell. The impact had shattered his bones, turning him into a bag of pulp. The killer had taken his time, ringing the bell again and again, the sound swallowed by the factory's vast, empty hull. The fifth was sloth. A once brilliant programmer who had let his life and mind atrophy was discovered in his filth-strewn apartment, embedded in the mattress he had not left for years. The killer had surgically, with horrifying patience, grafted patches of the man's own moldering skin to the fabric, stitching him into his decay. He had died of thirst, inches from a sink. The investigation was a vortex, sucking in light and hope. The city's despair deepened, becoming a partner in the crimes. Hayden watched Louis Frey, saw the terror for Helen in his every glance. He tried to warn him, to pull him back. "This job, it's a leaky vessel," Hayden said one night, the rain tracing endless paths on the precinct window. "You pour yourself into it, but it's never enough to fill the hole. You have to leave something for yourself for her, or there's nothing left to go home to." But Louis was beyond hearing. He saw Daryl Finch's design now, a terrible, symmetrical justice. He began to dream not just of the victims, but of the sins themselves. He saw his own anger, his own latent greed for justice, his envy of Hayden's implacable calm. He started to believe the killer was speaking to him directly, challenging him. The sixth crime was lust. It broke Lewis. The victim was a notorious predator, a man who had evaded the law with money and influence. He was found in a mirrored room in an underground club, his body arranged in a grotesque parody of ecstasy. The specifics were worse than anything that had come before, a violation that was psychological as much as physical. The word was written in a substance Hayden refused to identify aloud. Louis left the scene, vomited in an alley, and didn't return to the precinct. He went home, armed himself, and began a frantic, unauthorized search of the addresses connected to the old seminary files. Hayden knew where he had gone. He felt a cold, paternal dread. He called Louis's phone again and again, getting only voicemail. Helen's soft voice asking him to leave a message. The revelation came to Hayden not in a flash, but as a slow, dreadful dawn. He was in the archive, the yearbook open, his eyes on Daryl Finch's thesis title, The Geometry of Damnation. He looked at the crime scene photos arrayed on the table like a tarot spread. The gluttony victim in his compressed hallway, the greed victim in his towering office, the envy victim surrounded by the empty space of her failed wealth, the wrath victim in the echoing factory, the sloth victim in his confined nest, the lust victim in a room of endless reflection. It was about space, about proportion, about correcting the moral architecture of the victims' lives. The killer wasn't just punishing the sin, he was building a physical manifestation of its consequences. A hallway that suffocated, a tower that isolated, a void that consumed, an echo that amplified, a prison that merged with the self, a hall of mirrors that showed only depravity. And the seventh sin was pride. Hayden's blood turned to ice. He knew with a certainty that was like a nail driven into his soul. The final sermon, the culmination, would not be about a random, prideful sinner. It would be about the man who stood in judgment, the man who hunted him, the man whose entire identity was built on the pride of deduction, the pride of the chase, the pride of being the one who could see the pattern. It would be about a detective, and the only detective who would fit the bill The one whose pride was young and fiery and vulnerable, whose pride had driven him to go off alone, was Lewis. Hayden's car was a projectile through the rain-slicked streets. He called for backup, but his voice was a stranger's, choked with a fear he had forgotten he could feel. He raced to the last address on Louis' list, an old rectory attached to the ruined seminary. The building was a black silhouette against the stormy sky, a tooth of stone in the city's gum. The front door was unlocked. The interior was a cathedral of dust and shadows. The air was cold, still, smelling of stone and mildew, and that faint, persistent scent of lilies. Hayden drew his weapon, the weight familiar and useless in his hand. He moved through rooms where pews lay toppled like fallen soldiers, through a sacristy where vestments hung like ghosts. He found the door to the basement. A modern padlock hung open, a recent addition. The stairs descended into absolute blackness. The room below was not a basement. It had been excavated, enlarged. It was a perfect cube, 20 feet in every direction. The walls, floor, and ceiling were painted a flat, matte black that swallowed the light from the single bare bulb hanging from the center. In that space, the proportions were impossible to gauge. It felt simultaneously vast and claustrophobic, an infinite void and a sealed tomb. In the center of the room, on a simple wooden chair, sat Louis. He was alive, his eyes wide with terror and shame. He was stripped to his waist. He was not bound. He did not need to be. Facing him, in an identical chair, was Helen. She was pale, her eyes huge, a strip of silver duct tape across her mouth. Her hands were folded protectively over her belly. Between them, on a small stool, sat a cheap digital clock, its red numbers counting down from 10. $1. Standing behind Helen, one hand resting on her shoulder with a dreadful parody of tenderness, was Darrell Finch. He was older, his hair thin, his face gaunt, but the eyes were the same as in the yearbook. Deep-set, intelligent, utterly vacant of humanity. He wore a dark suit, neatly pressed. In his free hand he held a long, thin boning knife. "Detective Hayden," Darrell said. His voice was soft, conversational, a teacher welcoming a pupil. "You're just in time for the final lesson. I call this one pride, or perhaps humility. The semantics are less important than the geometry." "Let her go, Finch," Hayden said, leveling his gun. His voice echoed strangely in the black room, absorbed and reflected at once. "Oh, I can't do that," Darrell sighed. "The design requires completion. Young Detective Louis here is prideful. He believes in his own righteousness, his own ability to stand against the decay. He believes he can protect what is his. This is the foundational sin. It is the sin that builds the prisons for all the others. So his punishment must be architectural. He must sit in the space he has built, the investigation, the obsession, and watch its ultimate consequence. He must be rendered powerless, his pride unmade before what he loves most." "Nation." Louis made a strangled sound, tears cutting tracks through the grime on his face. His eyes pleaded with Hayden. "Shoot him," Louis whispered. "Just shoot him." Hayden's finger tightened on the trigger. But the geometry was wrong. Finch was using Helen as a shield, his body angled behind hers. A shot was impossible, a gamble with a mother and child's life. The room itself was a weapon, designed to distort perception, to paralyze. "You see the dilemma, Detective," Finch murmured, his cheek almost touching Helen's hair. "Action is pride. Violence is pride. The belief that you can correct my design. That is the very sin we are here to cure. The clock is counting down. When it reaches 0, I will complete the design. The only way to stop it is for the proud detective to make a choice, to sacrifice his pride, to lay down his weapon, the symbol of his..." The red numbers glowed. 7:34. 7:33. Hayden looked at Lewis, saw the raw, broken man he had become. He looked at Helen, saw the silent terror, the life within her. He looked at Finch, saw the serene, unshakable conviction of the fanatic. He saw the perfect, terrible logic of the sermon. He understood. This was the finale. Not a chase, not a shootout. A ritual, a forced confession. With a slow, deliberate movement, Hayden bent and placed his service weapon on the black floor. The sound was final. He walked forward, his footsteps silent on the dark paint. He stopped before Lewis. "Get up, Lewis," he said, his voice quiet. "Take your wife. Get out of this room." Lewis stared, uncomprehending. "Hayden, no. That's an order," Hayden said. And for the first time, his voice held no weariness, only absolute command. "Get out. Now." Lewis stumbled from the chair, rushed to Helen, tearing the tape from her mouth, pulling her up. They clung to each other, a shattered portrait of relief and horror. Finch watched them, a faint smile on his lips, making no move to stop them. His eyes were fixed on Hayden. "Go," Hayden said, not looking back. Lewis hesitated for one more second, then half-carried Helen toward the stairs. Their footsteps receded, frantic and fading. The heavy door at the top slammed shut. A moment later, Hayden heard the distinct sound of the new padlock clicking home from the outside. Lewis, following the last order, sealing the room. Hayden sat in the chair Lewis had vacated. The clock read 4:12. Finch moved now, circling him. A noble sacrifice. The proud veteran trading his life for the young ones. A classic trope. But you misunderstand. This isn't about killing you, Detective Hayden. That would be a release. This is about the space. The empty space your pride once filled. The empty space your pride once filled. Finch placed the boning knife on the stool next to the clock. He walked to the wall and, with a sharp tug, pulled a hidden cord. The single light bulb went out. Perfect, absolute blackness. Hayden could hear Finch breathing, could smell the lilies and wool and cold stone, but he could see nothing. The room was a void. He was alone in the center of a universe of nothing. "You are a man defined by observation." Finch's voice came from nowhere and everywhere. "By seeing what others miss. Your pride is in your sight. So now, you will have nothing to see. You will have only the architecture of your own mind, in this space I built for you. You will wait. The door is locked. The building is abandoned. Your partner believes you are performing the ultimate sacrifice. He will not return quickly. He will be tending to his wife, to his regained humility. He may not return for days. The clock will count down to 0, and then it will begin counting up. You will hear it. You will feel the walls, though you cannot see them. You will feel the proportions of your pride. You will understand its dimensions, its contours, its utter emptiness. Not in. Hayden heard a soft scrape, a faint click. A draft stirred. A hidden door, perhaps. Then, silence. He was alone. In the dark. The red numbers of the clock, when his eyes strained, were just a faint, distant glow. 1:47, 1:46. He did not move. He knew the geometry. To move was to admit fear, to search for an edge that might not exist. He sat in the chair, in the center of the perfect cube, and he waited. The clock reached 00. It beeped once, a tiny, absurd sound in the consuming dark. Then, as Finch had promised, it began counting up. 01, 02. Hayden closed his eyes, though it made no difference. He thought of Louis and Helen fleeing into the rain. He thought of the city, its endless, weeping decay. He thought of the sins and the spaces men built for themselves. He thought of his own pride, in his skill, in his endurance, in his ability to remain detached. That was the final, devastating revelation. He was not the hero interrupting the ritual. He was its final necessary component. The preacher had written his sermon, and Hayden had walked into the final sentence. Outside, the rain fell on Haven. Somewhere, a siren wailed, a sound as constant and hopeless as the tide. In a small apartment, a young detective held his weeping wife, both of them haunted by the cost of their salvation, listening for a knock on the door that would not come. And in the perfect black cube beneath the forgotten earth, the red numbers glowed, counting the seconds, the minutes, the hours of a silence that was both a punishment and a prayer. The investigation was over. The case was closed, but the room remained, and inside it, the lesson continued, echoing quietly into the dark. The first hour was the worst. The silence was not true silence. It was a canvas for the noise of his own body, the thud of his heart, the rush of blood in his ears, the slow, deliberate draw of his own breath. The chair became an instrument of torture, the hard wood pressing into his thighs and back. He shifted, the scrape of his shoes on the floor monstrously loud. He forced himself to be still. He tried to map the room in his mind. 20 feet. A perfect cube. He had counted Finch's steps as he circled. He had marked the direction of the draft from the hidden door. Useless data. The blackness refused to hold the map. It dissolved edges, collapsed dimensions. The space felt at once suffocatingly close and endlessly vast. He was a speck in a void. He was buried alive in a solid block of night. His pride. Finch was wrong, and yet right. Hayden's pride was not in heroics. It was in his mind, his ability to think, to outlast, to endure what others could not. That was the core of him. And now that mind was turning against itself, feeding on itself, in the absence of any external stimulus. He ran through the case files, the evidence, the patterns. He analyzed Finch's psychology, his possible whereabouts, his next move. But there was no next move. This was the end. The sermon was complete. Hayden was not a detective in here. He was a monument. The clock glowed 4:32:17. A thirst began. A deep, rasping need. He had not drunk anything since a cup of bad coffee hours before the chase. He thought of the sloth victim, dying of thirst inches from water. The irony was precise and cruel. He dozed, or thought he did. The line between waking and a waking dream blurred. He saw Louis' face, twisted in rage and fear. He saw Helen's eyes over the duct tape. He saw Finch's calm, pedagogical smile. The images had no anchor. They floated in the black, untethered from time or sequence. He began to talk, just a whisper at first, testing the sound of his own voice. It was flat, swallowed by the walls. "My name is Detective Arlen Hayden. My badge number is 701483. He recited his shield number. He recited the penal code for homicide. He listed the streets of his first patrol sector. He named every victim in the 7 Sins case, their names a rosary of the damned. The sound of his voice was a lifeline, a proof of existence, but it also felt like madness. The pride of a man insisting he was still a detective, still a man with a name, in a room designed to erase both. The clock read 12:17:45. The thirst was a raging fire now. His lips were cracked. His head pounded. His muscles ached from immobility. He had to move. He stood, his legs buckling, sending a jolt of pain through his knees. He gripped the chair for balance. The simple act of standing was a dizzying revolution. He took a step, then another, his arms outstretched. He would find a wall. He would trace the perimeter. He would find the hidden door. He walked 10 paces, expecting contact. Nothing. He walked 10 more. Still nothing. A cold panic seized him. Had he misjudged the size? Was the room larger? Had he become disoriented? He turned, or thought he did, and walked again. His foot struck something. The stool. He knocked it over. The clock clattered to the floor, its red display now a tiny beacon near his feet. He knelt, his fingers finding the smooth plastic, the sharp edge where the knife had lain. The knife was gone, of course. Finch had taken it. He left the clock on the floor. He crawled now, one hand sweeping ahead, the other on the cool, seamless floor. He crawled until his knuckles struck a wall. The contact was a shock. The surface was cool, slightly rough. He traced it. It was real. He followed it, crawling on hands and knees. A corner. Another wall. Another corner. It was a cube. 20 feet. He had been in the center. His mind had betrayed him, had expanded the void. He found the chair again. He righted it. He sat. The clock read 18:45:12. The hallucinations began in earnest. Not visions, but sensations. The smell of lilies became overpowering. He felt a presence behind him, breathing. He heard the faint, metallic scrape of the bell from the wrath scene. He felt the sticky, confining pressure of the gluttony hallway. The room was no longer just a room. It was a gallery of all the sins. He was not just Hayden. He was every victim and every sin and the judge of them all. Finch's design was more profound than Hayden had grasped. The room was a lens, focusing the entire case onto his soul. He lost time. The red numbers became a meaningless stream. He existed in a perpetual, dark present. His pride was not being humbled. It was being dissolved. The detective was fading. What remained was raw, animal need, and a deep, echoing understanding of Finch's terrible art. He did not hear the door open. He saw the light as a physical blow, a white-hot spear stabbing his eyes. He cried out, a ragged sound, throwing an arm over his face. Voices, muffled, urgent, the crunch of boots on grit. Jesus Christ, Hayden, hands on him. He flinched, violently. He could not see, only blinding whiteness and shapes. It's Lewis. Hayden, it's me. Lewis' voice, raw with tears and fury. Hayden let himself be pulled up. His legs would not hold him. Strong arms caught him, draped his arm over a shoulder. He was led, stumbling, out of the cube, up the stairs into the shattered gray light of a haven dawn filtering through the broken rectory windows. The rain had stopped. The world was dripping, loud, impossibly vivid. Every sensation was an assault. The cold air was like knives. The light was agony. He was laid on a stretcher. A paramedic shone a light in his eyes, asked him questions. Hayden could only stare, his mouth working, no sound coming out. Louis' face appeared above him, etched with a new, permanent grief. Hell made me come back. She woke up screaming. She said the sermon wasn't finished. She said the room wasn't for you. It was for me. That my pride would kill you if I left you there. She was right. Hayden managed a single, cracked whisper. Finch? Lewis looked away, his jaw tight. Gone. Like smoke. We'll find him. I swear to God we'll find him. Hayden closed his eyes. He knew they wouldn't. Finch had completed his work. The preacher had delivered his final lesson and vanished into the text. The hunt was over. There was nothing left to find. As the ambulance doors closed, sealing him in a new, smaller chamber of light and sound. Aaron Hayden understood the last, terrible piece. The room had changed him. He had not broken, but he had been hollowed out. The detective was gone. In his place was something else. A witness, a living testament to the geometry of damnation. He would go home. He would drink water. He would sleep. But part of him would forever be in that black cube, sitting in the chair, watching the red numbers climb, listening to the profound and endless silence of his own pride unmade. The case was closed, but the room was inside him now, and it would never, ever be empty. The water they gave him in the ambulance tasted like metal and miracles. He drank in small, painful sips, the paramedic's hand steadying the paper cup. Each swallow was a conscious act, a reclamation of a basic function. Louis rode with him, silent, staring at his own hands as if they belonged to a stranger. The sirens were unnecessary, but they screamed anyway. A familiar song for an unfamiliar man. At the hospital, they treated him for dehydration and exposure. They asked about the cuts on his knuckles from crawling, the deep ache in his muscles. They shone lights in his eyes and noted his pupillary response was slow. They used words like sensory deprivation and acute psychological trauma. They suggested a psychiatric evaluation. Hayden declined in a voice that was little more than a dry rustle. He was a detective. He would write his report. That was the script, and he clung to it, even though the words felt like ash in his mouth. Louis drove him home in the late afternoon. The sky was a bruised purple. Heaven looked the same, weeping, decaying, indifferent. Hayden's apartment was a tomb of quiet order. The neat shelves, the clean coffee mug, the case files stacked with precision. It all seemed like a museum exhibit of a life that had ended. "I'll stay," Louis said, hovering by the door. "Or Helen can come. You shouldn't be alone." "I am alone," Hayden said. And it wasn't self-pity, just a fact. He saw the flinch in Louis' eyes. "Go home to your wife, Louis. That's an order, too." After Louis left, the silence of the apartment descended. But it was not true silence. It was a cheap imitation. The real silence was back in the cube, a living thing. And it had followed him home. He could hear it underneath the hum of the refrigerator, the drip of the faucet. It was in the spaces between things. He stood under a scalding shower until the hot water ran out, scrubbing at skin that felt permanently stained with black paint and cold. He dressed in clean clothes. He made tea. He sat in his chair by the window, watching the streetlights flicker on in the gathering dusk. His service weapon was gone, left on the floor of that room. He would have to file a report. He would have to explain. The bureaucracy of his undoing began to unspool in his mind, a tedious and humiliating epilogue. He did not sleep that night. He sat in the chair. He watched the dark outside his window and the dark inside his mind. They were the same dark. He could feel the proportions of the cube around him even here. The walls of his apartment seemed to breathe, to subtly shift, aligning themselves with the memory of that perfect black space. At dawn, he went to the precinct. The buzz of activity hit him like a wall. Phones rang, keyboards clacked. Detectives argued. The smell of stale coffee and cheap perfume was overwhelming. He moved through it like a ghost, and people saw him, and their conversations stuttered into silence. He was a story already, a cautionary tale whispered in the locker room. Captain Varga called him into her office. Her face was grim, etched with a professional sympathy that couldn't mask her unease. "Hayden, Christ, sit down." He sat. He gave his statement in a flat, uninflected monotone. The chase. The rectory. The room. Finch's sermon. His choice. Louis' return. He presented it as a series of facts, stripped of feeling. When he finished, Varga was silent for a long time. "The crime scene unit is at the rectory now," she finally said. "They found the room, just as you described. The clock, the chairs. No prints, no trace. Finch is a ghost. She leaned forward, her hands clasped. Arlen, the department psychologist is required to see you. After an ordeal like this. I know the procedure, Hayden interrupted. He stood. Is that all, Captain? Varga looked at him, really looked at him, and he saw the moment she realized the man in front of her was not the detective who had walked into that basement. Something essential had been left behind. For now, she said quietly, you're on mandatory leave. Get some rest. Rest was not a concept that applied to him anymore. He spent the days in a kind of suspended animation. He ate because it was necessary. He walked the streets, not as an observer, but as a void moving through the city. The faces of strangers seemed to blur, their lives unfolding behind a pane of thick glass. He was outside of it all, in his own private cube. Lewis came by once with Helen. She was pale but steady, her hand resting on the gentle swell of her stomach. She thanked him, her eyes full of a sorrow too deep for words. Louis looked like he wanted to say 1,000 things, but all he managed was, we're here. Anything you need. Hayden nodded. He had no needs. That was the lesson. A week after his return, the package arrived. It was left at his apartment door. A plain brown cardboard box. No postage, no address. Just his name written in neat, precise block letters. Det. Arlen Hayden. His heart, a sluggish thing these days, gave a single, hard thump. He carried the box inside, placed it on his kitchen table. He did not open it immediately. He sat and looked at it. He knew what it was. The final footnote. With steady hands, he slit the tape. Inside, nestled in white packing foam, was a small, black, polished cube. It was about 3 inches in each direction, perfectly proportioned. Its surfaces were a flat, matte black that seemed to drink the light from the kitchen window. It was a perfect, miniature replica. There was no note. None was needed. Hayden picked it up. It was heavier than it looked, cold and dense. He turned it over in his hands. It was exquisitely made, the seams nearly invisible. It was not a threat. It was a communion wafer, a relic. He understood. Finch was not taunting him. He was acknowledging him. Hayden had completed the sermon. He had sat in the sacred geometry and been transformed. He was no longer a detective. He was a disciple. The cube was a reminder, a portable chapel. Hayden did not destroy it. He did not throw it away. He placed it on the empty mantelpiece in his living room. It sat there, a small dark absence against the pale wall. Sometimes, in the deep hours of the night, he would get up and stand before it. He would look into its fathomless black surfaces and see not his reflection, but the memory of the infinite. He would feel the silence swelling around him, the perfect, terrible peace of it. The hunt for Darrell Finch was officially still open, a cold case growing colder. But Arlen Hayden knew the truth. The preacher was gone. His work was complete. And in a quiet apartment on a forgotten street, his final congregation of one remained, forever sitting in the dark, bearing witness to the beautiful, awful geometry of the end. Story 4. The leather folio was the color of dried blood, and it lay in the corner of the study where the afternoon sun, thick with motes of dust, could not quite reach it. It was a patient object, slumped against the wainscoting, its surface powdered with a fine gray silt that had settled in the weeks since the room had been sealed. To the forensic team, it was just another item in the inventory of Dr. Gregory Vale's chaotic sanctuary, less interesting than the shattered computer terminal or the dark, rust-colored bloom on the Persian rug. They had photographed it, noted it, and moved on. It was not overlooked, precisely, but it was not yet understood. It held its breath. Corbin saw it the moment he was led into the room. He was a professor of symbolism, a man who spent his life deciphering the languages of meaning that humans painted, carved, and whispered into the world. The room was a cacophony of such languages, equations bleeding from whiteboards, schematics of crystalline structures pinned to bookshelves, fragments of ancient papyrus under glass, and in the corner, that silent, dusty folio. It did not belong. It was too old, too soft, amidst the hard edges of science. "He was found here," the detective said, his voice a flat monotone. "Single gunshot, close range. No sign of forced entry. Nothing taken as far as we can tell, except his mind, I guess. Whatever was in it." Corbin nodded, his eyes not leaving the folio. Gregory Vale had been more than a colleague. He had been a friend, a brilliant, restless light that burned across disciplines. His last public statement, 3 days before his death, had been a seismic tremor in the foundations of both the academic and the spiritual worlds. At a colloquium on quantum biology, he had paused, his usual frenetic energy coalescing into a terrifying calm. "I have found the signature," he said, his voice barely above a murmur, yet carrying to the back of the hall. "The literal fingerprint of a creative force in the fabric of reality itself. Not a metaphor, a datum. It renders the argument between science and faith obsolete. I will show you in 1 week." The uproar was immediate, vicious, and global. And then he was dead. "The museum director is here," the detective said, pulling Corbin from his thoughts. "She insisted." Cassandra Thorne entered the study not as an intruder, but as a curator entering a new exhibit. She was the director of the Museum of Archaeological History, a woman whose elegance was a kind of armor. Her gaze swept the room, analytical and cold, until it met Corbin's. There was no greeting. She went straight to the folio. "You see it too," Corbin said. It wasn't a question. "It's Gregory's, but it's from his old life. Before particle accelerators. He was a medieval history student for 1 passionate year." She lifted it, her hands, clad in black gloves, gentle against the cracked leather. She did not open it there, under the detective's bored gaze. She understood the sanctity of revelation. "We need to take this." The detective shrugged. "It's been processed. It's empty." Cassandra's smile was a thin, sharp line. "Nothing is ever truly empty." In the quiet, lamplit backroom of Cassandra's museum, surrounded by silent artifacts, a Sumerian tablet, a Coptic cross, a rusted Viking blade, they opened the folio. The detective was right, and he was wrong. There were no papers, but inside the front cover, tooled into the leather itself, was a complex interlocking design. It was not quite a maze, not quite a mandala. It seemed part anatomical drawing of a neuron, part schematic of a cathedral's rose window, part celestial map. Corbin felt the air leave his lungs. "It's a bindrune, a composite symbol. But this is layers upon layers. Mathematical notation, alchemical signs. I see Greek, Aramaic characters. And this central form." He traced it in the air above the leather. "It's the double helix, but it's also the caduceus. And it's also the serpent from the garden, coiled around the tree." "The signature," Cassandra whispered. He didn't put his discovery on a server. He encoded it in the oldest language he knew. Symbolism. Their investigation became a silent, frantic dance through 2 worlds. The public world was one of outrage and grief. Leo, the charismatic head of a powerful ecumenical religious coalition, gave a televised eulogy that was a masterpiece of ambiguity. "Gregory Vale sought to illuminate the darkness," he intoned, his face a mask of beatific sorrow. "But some darknesses are divine. Some mysteries are not meant for the lab. We must ask, who benefits from a truth that could shatter the fragile faith of billions. The words were velvet, but the implication was steel. Vale had trespassed, and fate had corrected him. The private world was one of clues that felt less like evidence and more like fragments of a dream. A line from an encrypted email Vale sent to Corbin never received. The key is in the forgetting. The library that remembers everything understands nothing. A receipt in Vale's coat for a storage locker, long since cleaned out. And always, the folio symbol, which began to appear to them like a haunting. Corbin saw its echoes in the network of cracks on a porcelain cup. Cassandra saw it in the pattern of bird tracks in the mud by the river. They were being guided, and they were being watched. The watcher's name was Jim. He had no ideology, no passion for the scientific or the divine. He was a tool, sharp and clean, employed by a consortium of interests so entrenched in the status quo that the very idea of a new foundational truth was a threat to their currency, their authority, their existence. He moved through the city like a draft, leaving no trace. He had been the one to pull the trigger in Vale's study, his hand steady, his mind already on the next task. Now his task was to observe the professor and the curator, to see if the dead man had whispered his secret into their ears. Corbin and Cassandra, moving deeper, understood the stakes. Vale's discovery was not a philosophical treatise. It was technological. He had found or created a crystalline lattice that, when subjected to a specific resonance, emitted an energy signature that correlated perfectly with patterns found in millennia of sacred art and architecture. From the proportions of the Parthenon, to the fractals in Islamic tile work, to the neural maps of meditating monks. It was a universal aesthetic, hard-coded into reality, an echo of the Creator's hand, or a fundamental property of a conscious universe. And it could be replicated. It could be engineered. Imagine Val's note suggested, a material that by its very structure induced a state of transcendent peace. Or the notes also suggested with chilling neutrality, one that could induce terror or obedience. The race was not to publish. It was to possess. The climax occurred in the museum itself, in the vast, echoing hall of medieval reliquaries. Cassandra had pieced it together. The library that remembers everything is the internet, she said, her voice hushed. The forgetting, he hid it in plain sight, in the noise. She led Corbin to a small, nondescript diptych, a 14th century painting of Saint Jerome, translating the scriptures. Using a UV light, she revealed layers of underdrawing. There, sketched in ghostly lines beneath the saint's desk, was the symbol from the folio, with a string of alphanumeric characters woven into its design, a passkey. As Corbin deciphered it, Jim emerged from the shadows between two marble sarcophagi. He did not speak. The silencer on his pistol was a long, dark comma. The sound of the shot was a soft, wet punch in the sacred space. Cassandra fell, not into Corbin's arms, but against the display case, which shattered. The sound was apocalyptic, a cascade of breaking glass that seemed to go on forever. In the chaos, Corbin did not think. He grabbed a heavy, ancient processional cross from its stand and, as Jim turned the pistol toward him, swung it. It was not an act of skill, but of desperate, symbolic violence. The impact was solid, final. He knelt beside Cassandra. The bullet had torn through her shoulder, a bloody, shocking wound, but not mortal. Her eyes were wide with pain and triumph. "The key," she breathed. "You have it." But Corbin looked at Jim's body, at the cross lying beside it, at the holy and the profane mingling on the cold floor. He looked at the ghostly symbol on the revealed underdrawing, now illuminated by the emergency lights, spinning red and blue through the high windows. He thought of Leah's pious warnings, of the consortium's ruthless efficiency, of Gregory's luminous, doomed curiosity. He helped Cassandra to her feet, supporting her weight. He took the slip of paper with a deciphered passkey. Then he walked them both to the museum's ancient, massive furnace in the basement, used for testing ceramic glazes. He opened the iron door, felt the blast of heat on his face. A secular hellfire. He crumpled the paper and threw it in. They watched the flames consume it, the numbers and letters curling into black ash. Then nothing. The truth, Corbin said, his voice hollow, is not a tool. It's a weapon. And the world is full of people who only know how to arm themselves. In the weeks that followed, Cassandra recovered. The official story was a botched burglary. Jim was an unidentifiable ghost. Leo gave another speech about the resilience of faith in the face of violence. The consortium, detecting no further activity, withdrew into the shadows. Their secret and their power intact. Corbin returned to his classroom. He taught about symbols, about the human need to find patterns, to ascribe meaning. He spoke of the danger of finding the true pattern, the one that explains everything. He seemed quieter, older. One evening, cleaning his office, he moved a stack of books and found, tucked behind them, the old leather folio. He had forgotten it in the aftermath. He picked it up, the dried blood color familiar in the twilight. He ran his thumb over the tooled symbol on the cover, feeling the intricate grooves and ridges. And in the quiet of the room, he felt a faint, precise vibration hum through the leather, through his skin, a resonance deep and steady, like a heartbeat from within the earth itself, or like the silent, patient ticking of a clock waiting for its century to arrive. He held it, and he listened, and he did not let go. The vibration was not a trick of his nerves. It was a physical pulse, a low-frequency thrum that seemed to align with his own heartbeat, then subtly pull it into a slower, more profound rhythm. The symbol under his thumb grew warm. He almost dropped it, but a scholar's curiosity, hardened now by grief and secrecy, held him fast. He carried the folio to his desk and sat in the darkening room. The only light, the sodium, glow from the street below. He opened it. The interior was still empty, the leather lining smooth and unmarked. But the vibration intensified, localized to the center of the cover where the symbol was tooled. He pressed his palm flat against it. The warmth spread up his arm, a comforting, unsettling sensation. His vision blurred at the edges, not with dizziness, but with a sudden hyper-clarity at the center. The chaotic piles of books on his desk, the scattered papers, the framed print of Blake's Ancient of Days, they all seemed to recede, their edges softening. The only thing in sharp focus was the grain of the wood on his desk. The whorls and lines suddenly appearing as a vast, miniature landscape, a topography of meaning. He saw in the patterns a repetition of the folio's central motif, the coiled helix serpent, echoed in the growth rings of the tree that had become this desk. It was a glimpse, a fleeting direct experience of what Gregory must have felt. The universe not as a collection of objects, but as a single, vibrating text, every part holographically containing the whole. The signature was not just in a crystal lattice. It was in the wood, in the air, in the blood in his veins. The device Vale had built, the one the consortium had sought and Jim had died for, was not a creator of the effect. It was an amplifier, a tuning fork to make the silent song audible. And this folio, this ancient, patient object, was another, a smaller, subtler key. Gregory hadn't just encoded the instructions for the amplifier. He had imbued the very medium with a whisper of the phenomenon itself, a backup that could only be activated by someone who understood it symbolically, who would be still enough to feel it. A fail-safe, not in a digital cloud, but in the physical world. Corbin sat back, his hand breaking contact. The humming ceased. The ordinary dusty silence of his office rushed back in. He was sweating. The implications unfolded in his mind, cold and vast. The consortium had been looking for a machine, a blueprint, a formula. They would never have thought to feel the cover of an old book. But now he knew. The knowledge was not destroyed. It was dormant and portable. He looked at the folio with new eyes. It was no longer just a clue or a relic. It was a seed, and he was its keeper. The responsibility settled on him, heavier than the cross he had swung in the museum. He could hide it again, bury it deeper, let the secret die with him. Or he could try to understand it, to follow the path Gregory had begun, but with a caution his friend had never possessed. He thought of Cassandra, her shoulder still healing, her mind sharp and relentless. She would want to know. She would see it as a victory snatched from the ashes. But telling her would pull her back into the danger, make her a target again. He thought of Leo, preaching his gentle, suffocating orthodoxy, and of the faceless men of the consortium for whom truth was merely a commodity to be controlled. The streetlight outside flickered. A car passed, its headlights painting a brief arc across the ceiling. In that mundane moment, Corbin made his choice. He would not hide it, and he would not pursue it. He would study it. He would become not an amplifier, but a resonator. He would learn the quiet language of the pulse in the leather, the song in the grain of wood. He would guard the seed, not in a vault, but in plain sight, in the life of a quiet professor, adding one more layer of meaning to the world's cacophony. He placed the folio in his worn leather satchel, the one he carried every day. It would go where he went. Its whisper would be the backdrop to his lectures, the silent partner to his research. The truth was a weapon, yes, but perhaps it could also be a compass. And for now, in a world not ready to navigate by its needle, he would simply keep it close and listen. The folio, patient as ever, held its breath no longer. It hummed softly, a secret against his hip, a heart-beaten step with his own as he turned off the light and walked into the night. The hum became a constant, low-grade presence in his life, a tactile bass note beneath the world's noise. He grew accustomed to the weight of the satchel, not just physical but metaphysical. He found himself speaking differently in his seminars. When a student asked about the intersection of sacred geometry and natural forms, he did not just quote texts. He spoke of resonance, of inherent pattern, and for a moment his hand rested on the satchel beside his chair, and his words carried a conviction that left the room in a profound silence. He was not teaching symbols as historical artifacts anymore. He was teaching them as living things. Cassandra noticed the change. They met occasionally, cautious lunches in public places. Her gaze was sharper than any consortium operative's. "You found something," she said over coffee, not a question. The bandage was gone, but she still moved her arm stiffly. "Peace," he lied, and it was not entirely a lie. A way to live with the unanswered question. And, She studied him, her curator's eye missing nothing. "You're a terrible liar, Corbin, but I'll accept it, for now." She let the subject drop, but he saw the calculation behind her eyes. She was biding her time. The folio's effects began to subtly manifest. He developed a peculiar sensitivity to patterns. Walking to work, he would see the folio's central coil in the spiral of a fallen maple seed, in the vortex of water draining from a street grate. Once, in a crowded subway, the chaotic press of bodies suddenly resolved into a flowing, rhythmic pattern, a living tapestry of motion he could almost read. It was overwhelming, beautiful, and isolating. He was deciphering a world no one else could see. He started a private journal, encrypted in his own symbolic shorthand, documenting the experiences. He called it the Resonance Journal. He noted that the folio's vibration seemed to strengthen in places of historical significance. Libraries, old churches, even certain ancient trees in the park. It was as if it was drawing energy from the accumulated human focus of those places. charging itself on the silent prayers and concentrated thoughts of centuries. This led him to a dangerous hypothesis. Gregory's amplifier required a power source, a specific resonance to activate the crystal. But what if the folio, and the phenomenon itself, drew from a different well? What if human consciousness, particularly in states of collective awe or contemplation, was the fuel? The idea terrified him. It meant the signature was not just out there in the fabric of reality. It was in here, in the human mind, a feedback loop between observer and creation. This was what Leo's coalition and the consortium truly feared. A truth that made divinity a participatory act, a technology of the soul that could not be patented or preached. One rainy Tuesday, the folio's hum changed. It wasn't a steady pulse. It was a staccato rhythm, a frantic, silent tapping. He was in the university archive, researching Byzantine iconography. The tapping led him, almost against his will, to a forgotten drawer of uncatalogued fragments. His hand, seemingly of its own accord, pulled out a shard of a 10th century fresco, depicting a saint's face. The paint was faded, but on the saint's forehead, barely visible, was a tiny, precise symbol. It was a minuscule part of the folio's binge room. The fragment hummed in sympathy with his bag. Gregory had been here. He had left breadcrumbs, not in the digital noise, but in the physical world, keyed to resonate with the folio. This was the true trail. Not to a storage locker, but to a scattered legacy hidden in plain sight across the city's repositories. Corbin closed the drawer, his heart pounding. He understood now. He was not just a keeper. He was a successor. The folio was a guide, leading him to the pieces Gregory had left behind. A puzzle whose final shape he could not yet imagine. The secret was not a single device or formula. It was a curriculum, and his education had just begun. He left the archives, the rain cooling his face. The satchel hung heavy, no longer a secret to be kept, but a teacher to be obeyed. He thought of Cassandra's calculating look, of Leo's serene authority, of Jim's empty eyes. They were all still out there, in their separate worlds, believing the threat was contained. But the real work was just starting, a quiet, solitary study in the margins of the world. He walked home, the folio's new, complex rhythm, a silent song only he could hear, a map of invisible connections waiting to be traced, one fragment at a time. The rain intensified, drumming a chaotic rhythm on the pavement that fought the folio's precise, internal cadence. Corbin walked, not home, but aimlessly, letting the syncopated pulses guide his turns. He found himself moving away from the university district, toward the older, industrial riverfront. The hum in his satchel was not a gentle guide now. It was an insistent pull, a magnetic draw towards something specific. It led him to a derelict brick building, a former textile mill with boarded-up windows. The pull was strongest here, a vibrational tug so strong it felt like a hand on his shoulder. A chain-link fence surrounded the property, but a section was loose. He slipped through, the folio's song now a silent, urgent siren. The main door was rusted shut, but around the back, a basement window was shattered. He cleared the shards with care, lowered himself into the damp, absolute dark. The inside smelled of mold, wet earth, and ozone. The folio's vibration changed again, smoothing into a steady, welcoming tone, like a door unlocking. He fumbled for his phone, using its weak light. The beam swept over broken machinery, piles of rotten cloth, and then caught on something that didn't belong. A modern, heavy-duty worktable. On it sat a contraption of startling elegance. It was a crystalline lattice, held within a cradle of polished copper wire, connected to a small, custom-made frequency generator. Gregory's amplifier. It was not in a vault or a lab. It was here in a tomb of forgotten industry, waiting. The folio had not just led him to a clue. It had led him to the source. He approached. The light, trembling in his hand. The device was inert. But as he drew near with the folio, the crystal began to glow with a soft internal light, a faint blue-white luminescence that pulsed in perfect unison with the leather-bound book in his bag. He understood. The folio was the key in more than one way. It was the trigger. A sound behind him, not the rain, but the deliberate crunch of a foot on broken glass. He turned, his phone light sweeping upward to illuminate a figure in the doorway. It was Leo. The priest's face was not serene. It was strained, etched with a profound and weary resolve. He held no weapon, only his empty hands, but his presence was more terrifying than Jim's pistol. "I felt it," Leo said, his voice echoing softly in the vast space. A shift in the silence. "I've always been able to feel it. A gift or a curse. When you activated the folio fully in your office, it was like a bell ringing in a hollow place. I knew you'd find your way here eventually." "You knew about this place." Corbin's mind reeled. "I helped Gregory build it," Leo said, taking a step forward. The crystal's glow reflected in his eyes. "I believed in his search once. I thought we were uncovering the signature of the divine, a proof that would elevate faith. But I was wrong. What we found, it's neutral, a law, a physics of perception. It can be used to create a cathedral of the mind or a prison of it. Gregory saw only the beauty. I saw the prison." "So you had him killed?" The words were ash in Corbin's mouth. "No," Leo said, and the pain was genuine. "I tried to stop him. I warned him. The consortium approached me after one of my lectures. They already knew. They have people everywhere, in universities, in churches, in governments. They offered me a choice, help them contain it, or watch them weaponize it. I chose containment. I told them where Gregory kept his notes. I didn't know they would send a killer. And now?" Corbin asked, his hand resting on the satchel. "Now you have the key in the lock," Leo said, gesturing to the folio and the amplifier. "You stand where Gregory stood, and I stand where I stood. The choice is the same, containment or chaos." The folio hummed between them, a third presence in the conversation. Corbin thought of the pattern in the wood grain, the map in the city's fragments, the participatory truth. This was not a thing to be contained. But to unleash it now was to hand it to the consortium, to every Leo and every Jim in the world. "There's a third choice," Corbin said, the idea forming as he spoke. "Not containment, not release, education." Gregory left a trail of breadcrumbs, a slow, guided awakening, one person at a time, chosen not by institutions, but by sensitivity. So Leo stared at him, a flicker of the old scholar's curiosity breaking through his priestly despair. "A school? You would start a school. I would continue one," Corbin corrected, looking at the glowing crystal. "Gregory started it. You were his first student, and you failed the final exam." Leo flinched. After a long moment, he bowed his head. When he looked up, his eyes were clear. "Then let me audit the course again. I can be your shield. The consortium still trusts me. I can misdirect, buy you time. It was a risk more dangerous than keeping the folio in his satchel. But, Corbin, listening to the harmonious pulse between the device and the book, understood that the resonance was about connection, even unlikely, broken connections. He gave a single, slow nod. Together, in the damp dark of the mill, they dismantled Gregory's amplifier. The crystal went into Corbin's satchel, where it lay beside the folio, their songs merging into a complex, hopeful core. The rest they scattered, making it look like long-abandoned scrap. They left as they came, through the broken window, the rain washing their tracks away. Corbin walked home, the two objects now a combined, heavier weight. He was no longer just a resonator or a keeper. He was a headmaster of an invisible academy, with a single repentant priest as his first and only ally. The curriculum was written in the world itself, and his students would be those who could hear the hum beneath the noise. He turned his face up to the rain, feeling the vibration in his bones, a secret syllabus waiting to be taught. The first lesson began with the rain. As Corbin walked, the drops seemed to hang in the air a fraction longer, each one a perfect lens refracting the city's light into a miniature spectrum. He saw the helical structure of water, the same coil repeated in the folio symbol, in the crystal now nestled beside it. The world was not just patterned, it was layered, each layer singing the same song in a different key. He understood Gregory's euphoria now, the addictive pull of this peeling away of veils. It was also a terrible loneliness. Leo walked beside him in silence for several blocks, a shadow with a damp collar and a new burden. Finally, he spoke, his voice barely audible over the rain and traffic. "They will be watching my communications. We cannot meet like this again. There's a place. A small church, St. Anselm's, in the old quarter. It's deconsecrated, used as a community arts space. The basement is unused, locked. I have the key. The stone there. It sings, quietly. Gregory found it. He called it a listening post." Corbin nodded, storing the information. "We'll need others, carefully, not just scholars, artists, musicians, anyone who perceives the pattern without needing to name it." "Cassandra," Leo said, and it wasn't a question. "She's already looking. She'll find her way in, with or without us. Better it be with." The thought of her sharp mind engaging with this raw data was both thrilling and frightening. She would demand proofs, experiments, structure. She would force the mystery into a methodology. That might be exactly what was needed, or it might break the delicate thing they were trying to build. They parted at a corner with a mute exchange of glances, a pact sealed not in words, but in the shared, sub-audible hum from Corbin's bag. Leo turned north, back toward his rectory, his collar a small white flag in the gloom. Corbin continued home, the weight of his satchel now a dual charge, the folio's ancient patience and the crystal's potent latency. That night, in his study, he did not open the satchel. He simply sat with it on his desk, his hands flat on the worn leather. He closed his eyes and let the resonance wash through him. He thought not of symbols or theories, but of Jim, the life cut short. He thought of Gregory, consumed by a light he couldn't share. He thought of the thousands of souls in the city around him, each carrying their own silent frequency of joy and pain. The hum seemed to soften, to broaden, becoming less a note and more a field, a container for all of it. He was not preparing a lecture. He was preparing a sanctuary. The next morning, his usual seminar felt like a performance. He spoke on Meister Eckhart and the ground of the soul, but his attention was split. He watched his students. He saw the bored, the diligent, the genuinely curious. And then he saw Miranda, a quiet graduate student in art history, who never took notes but whose eyes were always focused somewhere just beyond the speaker, as if tracing invisible lines in the air. Once, when he mentioned the vibration of being, her gaze snapped to his, sharp and knowing, before flickering away. Candidate. After class, he packed his satchel slowly. Miranda lingered, pretending to organize her bag. When the room was empty, she approached. "Professor Corbin, that idea about vibration. I've been reading about somatics. The visual representation of sound. It creates patterns, sacred geometry patterns sometimes." She hesitated, then plunged on. "I've been experimenting with tones and powdered pigments on plates. The patterns aren't random, and sometimes I feel like they're listening back." Corbin's heart beat in time with the hidden folio. He kept his voice calm. "That's fascinating work, Miranda. There's an old deconsecrated church, St. Anselm's. The acoustics in the basement are supposed to be unique for that kind of experimentation. I could get you access if you're interested. My. Her eyes widened, not with surprise, but with recognition, as if he had just confirmed a secret she already knew. Yes, she said simply. I would like that. He gave her the address and Leo's name, a discreet gatekeeper. The first invitation was issued. The school had its second student. As he left the building, his phone buzzed. A message from an unknown number. It read, "Your grocery delivery is scheduled for Thursday. The driver is new. Please confirm receipt of the eggs." It was Leo's agreed-upon code. The consortium was making contact with him. The pressure was being applied. Corbin deleted the message. The game was multidimensional now. He had to teach, to hide, to build, and to defend, all while listening to a song only a handful might ever hear. He walked across campus, the spring sun warm on his face, the satchel a familiar weight. He felt the eyes on him, real or imagined. But beneath the fear, a new sensation was growing, steady as the folio's pulse. It was purpose. He was no longer a relic keeper. He was a gardener, planting seeds in the dark soil of a world that slept, waiting for the silent vibration deep in their cores to tell them it was time to wait. The eggs arrived on Thursday, precisely at noon. The delivery man was not Jim, but he had the same empty eyes, the same efficient, impersonal demeanor. He handed Corbin a single paper bag. Inside, among real groceries, was a small, sealed envelope. The message inside was typed on plain paper. "Your continued academic focus is commendable. The university values stability. Ensure your research remains theoretical. A review of your department's funding is forthcoming." It was a threat, polite, and bureaucratic. They were showing him they could touch his ordinary life, his career, the world he had built outside the satchel's hum. He burned the envelope in his kitchen sink, watching the ash swirl down the drain. The consortium preferred leverage to bullets, but he had no doubt the bullets were still an option. He went to St. Anselm's that evening. Leo was already in the basement, a cavernous space of rough-hewn stone and cool, still air. Miranda was there too, her portable speaker set up, a metal plate dusted with fine blue powder resting on a stool. As a pure tone resonated through the room, the powder shifted, forming into concentric circles and radiating lines. It was a basic cymatic pattern, but Corbin felt it. The stones of the wall absorbed the sound and returned a subtle harmonic reinforcement. The folio in his bag warmed slightly. Miranda watched the pattern settle, her face rapt. "It's clearer here," she whispered. "The patterns are sharper, and the tone lingers." Leo stood by an old stone pillar, his hand flat against it. "This whole foundation is on a particular type of granite, quartz-rich. It's piezoelectric. Pressure, vibration. It generates a tiny current. Gregory believed places like this weren't just accidentally good for resonance. They were chosen for it long ago by people who felt it but didn't have the science to name it." Corbin approached the pillar. Without thinking, he drew the folio from his satchel. The moment the leather touched the stone, the room changed. The hum was no longer just a feeling. It was an audible sound, a low, soft chord that seemed to come from the air itself. The powder on Miranda's plate leapt and danced, forming a complex swirling mandala that mirrored the central bindrune on the folio's cover. Miranda gasped, stepping back. Leo's eyes were wide with a mixture of awe and fear. "You brought it here," he said. "It wanted to come," Corbin replied, his own voice sounding strange to him. He lifted the folio. The sound faded, but the powder held its new shape. The evidence was fixed. Miranda looked from the plate to the book to Corbin's face. "What is that?" Her voice held no accusation, only a desperate, hungry curiosity. "It's a textbook," Corbin said, meeting her gaze. "And this is the classroom. The first rule is silence. The second is that you never force the resonance. You only answer when it calls." She nodded slowly, understanding the gravity, accepting the terms. Leo lit a few more candles, their light flickering over the ancient stones. In that underground room, the three of them began the real work. Corbin showed Miranda the folio's pages, not explaining, just letting her look. She traced the patterns with a finger not touching the vellum, her artist's mind seeing the flow and intention. "It's not a language," she murmured. "It's a circuit diagram." Later, as Miranda packed her things, buzzing with a controlled excitement, Leo pulled Corbin aside. "The review board for your funding has been announced. 2 of the members are consortium affiliates. They will bury your department unless you demonstrate conventional, publishable output." Corbin felt a cold knot form in his stomach. His academic work was his cover, his source of income, his connection to the normal world. To lose it would make him a full-time fugitive, limit his access, isolate him further. "Then I'll give them something to publish," Corbin said. An idea forming. Something brilliant, utterly conventional, and completely distracting. He would write a paper so dense, so impeccably sourced, and so perfectly aligned with current academic fashion that it would make him look like a safe, ambitious scholar. He would hide in plain sight, in a fortress of footnotes. Leo understood. "I can help. My name on a co-authored piece would lend theological weight. It would also reassure them that I'm keeping you in check." It was a dangerous gambit, weaving their deception into the legitimate fabric of academia. But it felt right. It was using the system's own rules as a shield. Weeks passed. Corbin divided his life into compartments. His days were filled with lectures, committee work, and the meticulous crafting of his decoy paper. His nights, and some stolen afternoons, were for St. Anselm's. Miranda proved to be a natural. She began producing art based on the patterns, stunning, intricate pieces that felt alive. She sold a few in a local gallery, and Corbin felt a thrill of panic. Was this exposure? But the art world saw only abstraction, beauty with a hint of the occult. It was the perfect camouflage. The folio continued to guide him. It led him to a second-hand shop where he found a pre-war radio whose wooden casing resonated at the same frequency. It led him to a jazz saxophonist playing in a subway tunnel, whose improvisations sometimes, accidentally, hit sequences of notes that made the satchel vibrate in approval. Corbin left a generous tip and one of Miranda's small prints on the musician's open case. The man picked it up, studied it, and gave Corbin a long, knowing look before launching into a new, soaring riff that seemed to weave around the hidden frequency. Another soul, touching the truth. The network was not an organization. It was an ecology, growing quietly, connected by subtle threads of perception and art, and stolen moments of shared understanding. Corbin was its nervous system, the folio its heart. One rainy evening, leaving St. Anselm's alone, he felt a familiar gaze. Across the street, under a black umbrella, stood Cassandra Dot. She was watching the church's side door, her expression unreadable. She didn't approach. She simply observed, a curator assessing a new artifact. She had found the gallery, or followed Miranda, or simply followed him. She was piecing it together. Corbin didn't run or hide. He met her eyes across the glistening street and gave a slow, slight nod, an acknowledgement, an invitation. She tilted her head, then turned and walked away, disappearing into the mist and the neon glow. She was not ready to step inside, but she had found the door. The school, it seemed, was accepting applications on its own terms. The syllabus was unfolding, and the next lesson was waiting in the silence between the raindrops. Story 5. The silence in the house on the river was not an absence of sound, but a presence. It was a thick, cottony thing that filled the ears and pressed against the eardrums. A silence that felt deliberate, as if the old boards and the sluggish water outside had conspired to swallow every echo of the life that had once been there. June stood in the doorway of her sister's living room and felt that silence distort around her, a bubble separating her from the world she had driven from. The world of freeways and deadlines and anonymous apartments. Here, the silence had texture. It smelled of damp wool and cold ash from a long-dead fire, and underneath, a faint, metallic whisper of the river itself. Celeste had always loved the river. Even as a girl, she would slip away from their shared bedroom, a ghost in a white nightgown, to stand on the bank and watch the moonlight fracture on the black water. June, 2 years older and perpetually annoyed by her sister's dreaminess, would find her there. "It's talking," Celeste would say, her voice hushed with awe. "Can't you hear it?" June never could. She heard only water, a mindless flow. Now, the river had taken Celeste, not in a flood or a dramatic current, but in a slow, insidious claim. They found her in the reeds, a quarter-mile downstream from her own dock, dressed in a light summer dress, her skin pale as milkweed. Drowned, they said. No signs of struggle. An accident, likely. A tragic misstep in the dark. The town, Havisham, accepted this with a quiet nod. It was that kind of place, bisected by the slow brown curve of the Meridian River, connected by a single iron bridge that groaned in the wind. The river was the town's soul and its secret keeper. It had taken others. A boy, decades ago, swept away in a spring surge. A young wife years later, her empty boat found circling in the eddy near the old mill. Their names were murmured like incantations whenever the fog rolled in. Celeste, with her artist's eye and her solitary walks, had simply joined the river's collection. June had returned only to close accounts, to pack a life into cardboard boxes, to see to the sister she had long ago ceased to understand. And there was the girl, Lila, Celeste's daughter, 15, a creature of sharp angles and sharper silences, who now haunted the too-quiet house like a resentful phantom. She was a carbon copy of her mother at that age, same dark hair, same two large eyes. But where Celeste's gaze had been soft and distant, Lila's was a shard of obsidian, taking in June's sensible shoes and city haircut with undisguised contempt. "She didn't slip," Lila said on June's second evening. They were in the kitchen, a room of yellowing linoleum and the perpetual chill of river stone. The girl spoke to the window, to the gathering dusk on the water. "The police report was very clear, Lila. They're stupid. Everyone here is stupid. They see what they want to see." Lila turned, her face a mask of cold fury. She was scared. For weeks, she kept looking at the river like it was coming for her. She said it had a different sound at night. June felt a familiar impatience, the rational adult's dismissal of adolescent drama. Grief did strange things. "It's a river. It sounds like water." "You sound like them," Lila spat and left the room. Her footsteps on the stairs were accusations. The town began to seep into June's pores. She went to the grocery store, the same one from their childhood, and felt the weight of stairs like a physical touch. Mrs. Dalrymple, who had taught them both in 4th grade, touched her arm with papery fingers. Such a shame. Celeste was always drawn to it, wasn't she? The statement hung, implying not attraction, but a fatal flaw. At the post office, the clerk, a man with a face like a clenched fist, said, "Third one that Ben's taken. Never found the Harper boy, you know. Just his cap." He said it with a grim satisfaction, as if the river's appetite proved a point about the folly of those who trusted it. June started to notice the patterns. The way people's eyes slid away from the subject of Celeste's death. The way Sheriff Miller, a man who had once been a pimply boy trailing after her and Celeste on their bikes, spoke in slow, careful platitudes. Water's deceptive, June. Calm on top, currents underneath. Your sister, she knew the river, but knowing ain't the same as respecting it. His office was warm, smelling of coffee and old wood, but his words were cold, final. A lid placed on a box, but the silence in the house was changing. It was no longer empty. It was listening. June began to hear things, not with her ears, but in the pit of her stomach. A creak on the stairs when she knew Lila was asleep. A wet footprint on the porch flagstones at dawn, too large to be the girl's. She found a sketchbook of Celeste's in a trunk, filled not with the gentle landscapes she'd expected, but with dark, swirling studies of the river at night. In one, a dense tangle of reeds formed a face, mouths open in a silent scream. In the margin, in Celeste's looping script, the river doesn't forget. It holds onto everything. Lila found her looking at it. She started those after she found the box. What box? The girl shrugged, a practiced gesture of indifference that didn't reach her eyes. In the attic. Old stuff. Letters, maybe. She wouldn't show me. She got quiet after that. Real quiet. The attic was a tomb of heat and dust. The box was cedar, shoved behind a broken rocking horse. Inside, no letters. Just objects. A man's tarnished pocket watch, its hands frozen at 3:17. A small, water-stained doll with one glass eye missing. A wedding band, too small for a man's finger. I see him sometimes, watching the house, from the riverbank. June went to the window. Through the sheeting rain, the world was a blur of black and gray. Then lightning flashed again, bleaching the landscape in stark white. For a fraction of a second, she saw a figure, standing on the opposite bank, perfectly still, facing the house. A man in a dark coat, hatless. The light vanished, plunging him back into darkness. Her heart was a frantic bird in her throat. She called Sheriff Miller. The phone rang into the storm. No answer. She tried again. On the third ring, he picked up background noise. A diner. The clatter of plates. Miller! There's someone outside, watching the house. A pause. A sip of something. Probably just kids, June. Or old man Pritchard checking his lines. Storm's got everyone on edge. It's not Pritchard. She was scared. She was asking questions about the old drownings. The Harper boy, Eleanor Cray. The silence on the line was different. Cautious. Heavy. Those are old sorrows. Best left buried. She found something. I found it too. A box with things in it. Another pause. Longer. She could hear his breath. You should leave that be, June. For your sake. For the girls. Sometimes a town needs its stories more than it needs the truth. The river. It settles things. The line went dead. The words hung in the air. More chilling than any threat. It settles things. The authority wasn't protecting the town from a killer. It was protecting the story, the necessary myth of the hungry river. Celeste had threatened to replace the myth with a man. A man with a face, a history, a reason. June looked at Lila, who was staring at her with her mother's eyes, wide with a fear that was now fully understood. The house, with its listening silence, was no longer a refuge. It was a trap. The river was at the door, and the town, across its bridge, was asleep in its complicity. She made a decision. It was not rational. It was the raw, instinctive pull of a deeper current. She took Lila's hand, cold and stiff in her own. We're leaving, now. They ran into the storm. The rain was a cold lash, the path to the garage a river of mud. The old station wagon coughed to life. As she backed out, the headlights swept across the riverbank. The figure was closer now, standing at the foot of their dock. He did not run. He simply watched. June spun the wheel, tires churning mud, and aimed the car for the iron bridge. It was the only way out. The bridge groaned under the weight of the rain in the car, a deep, metallic protest. Halfway across, she saw the sheriff's cruiser parked at the far end, blocking the exit. No lights, just the silhouette of a man inside. She stopped. The river roared below, a black maw in the storm, trapped between the watcher behind and the authority ahead. Lila made a small animal sound of terror. Then, a new light. Not lightning. A single bright beam from downstream, sweeping across the water. A boat. It moved against the current, powerful, purposeful. It angled toward their dock, toward the watching man. The figure turned, startled, and seemed to melt back into the trees. The cruiser's door opened. Sheriff Miller stepped out, but he wasn't looking at them. He was looking at the boat. His posture was not of a man in control, but of a man caught. The boat's light held him for a long moment, then swept away, continuing upriver, swallowed by the rain and the dark. The path was clear. June drove past the sheriff. He did not look at her. His face was etched with something older than worry. Something like dread. She drove, and did not stop until the town lights were a faint, damp smear in the rearview mirror. They did not go back. June rented a house in a city 100 miles away, a place with no rivers, only the hum of traffic. The official inquest into Celeste's death was quietly closed. Accidental drowning. Case settled. Lila stopped speaking for a month, then started again, her voice forever quieter. The box of trophies remained hidden in June's closet, a cold, small weight. A year later, a package arrived with no return address. Inside was a single sheet of water-stained paper, a page from a ledger. It listed dates going back 70 years. Next to each date, a name: Thomas Harper, Eleanor Cray. Others she didn't know. And the last entry, just a few years ago, Peter Vance. Not a victim, a name in the column of dates. The handwriting, precise and bureaucratic, was familiar. She had seen it on official forms in the sheriff's office. There was no note, no explanation, just the ledger page and a small dried piece of reed twisted into the shape of a knot. June never learned who sent it. She sometimes walks along the concrete canal that cuts through her new city. It's water-tame and chlorinated. She listens. And now, finally, she can hear what Celeste heard. Not in the water, but in the space around it. A silence. A waiting. A story that is not finished, but paused. Its next chapter waiting somewhere in the deep, patient dark, where the current moves slowest and the mud holds everything tight. The canal water was a flat, chemical blue under the Stark City lights. June stood at the railing, the ledger page folded small in her coat pocket, its edges pressing against her ribs like a dull blade. The silence here was different. It was the silence of absence, of things erased and paved over. It did not listen back. She found she missed the cottony, pressing silence of the river house, even as she dreaded it. Lila was at therapy. The girl was drawing again, but her sketches were of locked doors and empty hallways. She never mentioned Havisham, but she slept with the light on. June had taken a job as a paralegal. Her days a clean, ordered sequence of facts and precedents. She was good at it. She built walls of paperwork, and for hours at a time, she could almost believe the world was a rational place. But at the ledger page was a crack in that wall. Peter Vance's name was the keystone. The solemn boy from the photograph had not escaped. He had become the thing he feared. The dates told a story of succession, of a duty passed down. The river didn't need a monster. It had a custodian, someone to maintain the story, to feed the myth when the town's memory grew thin. Sheriff Miller's dread on the bridge wasn't for her, but for the balance she had disrupted. The boat light that night had been a reminder, a reprimand from deeper, older authority. One evening, sorting through a box of her own old books, she found a forgotten volume of local folklore from a college anthropology class. A chapter was devoted to keeper myths in river communities. Guardians who made offerings to the water spirit to ensure a community's safety. The offering was never grain or flowers. It was always something the water had already tasted. A memory of a tragedy. A story given flesh. Celeste had not just uncovered a crime. She had interrupted a ritual. The phone rang, shattering the quiet of her apartment. It was Albie, the Historical Society curator. His voice was a thin, papery rustle on the line. "He's dead," Albie said without greeting. "Peter Vance. Found him in his cabin up past the old mill. Stroke, they're saying. Lived alone. No family." June's mouth was dry. "When?" "Last week. Funeral was yesterday. Small affair. Sheriff was there." Albie coughed. A wet, tired sound. "Thing is, June, his place was clean. Too clean. Like someone had been through it. But they found a little box on his kitchen table. Cedar. Empty. Cedar. The connection hummed between them. A wire stretched over miles of dark countryside. The sheriff called it a keepsake box," Albie whispered. "Said it proved nothing. But I remember. Your sister described it to me. The one from the attic." "Nay. So it's over," June said, but it was a question. Albie's silence was answer enough. Then he said, "The river's been high this spring. Lots of rain. People are talking about the Harper boy again. Like it's fresh." He hung up. The keeper was dead. The story needed a new anchor. The town was whispering, remembering, setting the stage. A cold certainty settled in June's bones. It wasn't over. It was a vacancy. And nature, especially that kind of nature, abhorred a vacuum. Lila came home then, her cheeks flushed from the wind. She stopped in the doorway, sensing the shift in the air. "What's wrong?" June looked at her sister's daughter, at the dark, watchful eyes that saw too much. She thought of the ledger, the meticulous dates, the succession. She thought of the way stories become roles, waiting to be filled. The rational part of her screamed to burn the ledger page, to move again, farther this time, to an ocean where secrets were too vast to hold a single shape. But Celeste's voice was in her ear now, clear as it had never been in life. "It holds on to everything. We need to talk," June said, and her voice was steady, a new kind of quiet. It was the quiet of a decision made, of stepping out of the current and onto the bank. Not to flee, but to see the whole river clearly for the first time. About your mother, about the river, and about what we do next." Lila slowly took off her coat, her gaze never leaving June's face. The fear was still there, but underneath it, something else flickered. A grim, understanding resolve. She nodded. Once. The apartment's sterile silence was gone, broken by the weight of the unspoken truth now hanging in the space between them. The story had found them again. This time they would not run from it. They would read it to its end. The next morning, June called in sick. She spread the ledger page on the kitchen table, the brittle paper crackling under her touch. Lila sat across from her, tracing the names with a finger. "Peter Vance was the keeper," June said, the word feeling both absurd and utterly precise in the bright city kitchen. "He maintained the story. He made sure the river's hunger was remembered, and occasionally fed. But why?" Lila's voice was a scrape. "Why would anyone do that? Because some people believe a known monster is better than an unknown one. A periodic tragedy, a pattern, gives a kind of sense. It becomes the town's character. Its dark heart, And if the pattern never broke, if people stopped believing in the hungry river, they might have to look at each other differently. Different. June pointed to the ledger. This isn't a record of victims. It's a record of stewardship. Peter Vance's name is the last entry because he was the last keeper. He was the one who facilitated. Lila paled. He killed them? Or knew who did? Or simply ensured the circumstances were right? The river did the rest. June thought of the sheriff's blocked bridge, his heavy silence. He wasn't the keeper. He was the protector of the keepers. The town's immune system, rejecting any truth that threatened the sustaining illness. "We have to go back," Lila said, the words leaving her mouth as if someone else had spoken them. June felt a jolt of pure terror, followed by a surge of grim relief. The girl was right. Running had only given the story time to fester, to seek a new shape. The empty cedar box on Peter Vance's table was a message. The relics were gone. The story was unmoored, floating free, looking for a new anchor. It would find one. In the town's whispers, in the high spring water, in some lonely soul who found the idea of such power irresistible. They drove back under a porcelain sky, the city giving way to hills. Then to the flat, green water meadows that signaled the river's domain. The town looked the same, sleepy, shabby, enduring. But June saw the subtle signs now. The fresh flowers on the iron bridge's railing, tied with a blue ribbon. A memorial for no one recent. A reinforcement of the myth. The grocery store clerk gave her a long, unreadable look, not of welcome, but of assessment. They did not go to the old house. Instead, they booked 2 rooms at the Tired Motor Lodge on the highway. From there, June began a different kind of work. She visited the county records office, posing as a genealogist. She tracked the names on the ledger. Thomas Harper's family had moved away in the 60s. Eleanor Cray's line had ended with her. But Peter Vance, he had a sister, a woman named Margaret who had married and left town in the 70s. Margaret Vance had a son. That son, June discovered with a chill that froze her fingers on the microfilm reader, was named Dale Miller. Sheriff Miller. The current flowed backward, a hidden loop. The sheriff wasn't just a protector. He was the heir, the next in line. The boat light on the river that night hadn't been a reprimand from an older authority. It had been a summons from his uncle. And Peter Vance's death wasn't just a vacancy. It was a passing of the duty. That evening, June walked to the sheriff's office. The sun was setting, painting the river in bloody streaks. Miller was at his desk, the same slow, careful man. But his eyes, when he looked up, were different. They held the deep, patient darkness of the water under the bridge. "You shouldn't have come back, June. I figured it out, all of it." He leaned back, his chair creaking. "There's nothing to figure. A sad history, a dangerous river. You're the keeper now," she said flatly. He didn't deny it. He just watched her, his face a mask of weary resignation. "It's not what you think. It's a burden. You keep the balance. You let the river have its due so the town can live. One every generation or so. Someone who's already drawn to the edge. Someone the town already sees as a part dot. Your sister." She was asking the wrong questions in the wrong way. She was going to point fingers, name names, make it messy. The story doesn't work if it's messy. It has to be the river. Just the river. Done. "So you helped her become the next chapter," June whispered, the horror of physical taste in her mouth. "I didn't push her," he said, and for the first time, she heard a sliver of something like anguish. "I just didn't pull her back." The current was strong that night. She was on the dock, looking at the water like it was calling her. I was in the trees, making sure the story held. June turned and left, her legs numb. She understood now. The keeper didn't have to be a murderer. He just had to be a curator of fate, a guardian of the narrative. He ensured the right person was in the right place when the river's hunger cycled back around. Back at the motel, Lila was waiting, her face tense. Well, he's the one, but proving it is impossible. It's a story, Lila, and the whole town is invested in it. Lila opened her backpack. She pulled out Celeste's sketchbook, opened to the page with the reed-formed screaming face. Then, we changed the story. The next day was the anniversary of Thomas Harper's disappearance. A small, unofficial gathering was always held at dusk on the bridge. June and Lila went. They stood at the back of the crowd of 24 townsfolk. Sheriff Miller was there, a solemn, presiding figure. He laid a wreath on the water. People murmured about the high water, about the past, about the river's ways. As the wreath floated away, Lila stepped forward. Her voice, when she spoke, was clear and carried on the still air. My mother didn't hear the river calling her. She held up Celeste's sketchbook, open to the screaming reeds. She saw a face in the water, a man's face. She was an artist. She drew what she saw, and she was scared of the man on the bank, not the water. A ripple went through the crowd. Confusion, irritation. Sheriff Miller's face went stony. June spoke next, her voice louder, aimed at the crowd. The Harper boy, Eleanor Cray, my sister. They weren't taken by a hungry river. They were taken by a hungry story. A story people here keep alive because it's easier than being afraid of each other. A story that needs a keeper. She looked directly at Miller, a keeper who lets things happen. Neared, what bears a borough? The silence was absolute. The story, the old comfortable myth, hung in the balance, challenged by a new, uglier, more human version. Miller's eyes met hers. In them, she saw not fury, but a profound, terrifying pity. He spoke softly, almost kindly. You think truth matters here, June? Look around. The river is truth. It's always here, and it's always hungry. Your story is just noise. It'll fade. Mine is the what. He was right. She saw it in the averted gazes, the shuffling feet. Her truth was an inconvenience. His was a fact of life. But as they drove away from the silent, resentful crowd, Lila looked at the sketch in her hands. He's wrong, she said. We planted a seed. Now the story has a crack. A man's face, a keeper. Next time the water is high, and people whisper, they might remember our noise. They might look at the sheriff a little longer. They might be afraid of him instead of it. June glanced in the rearview mirror. The sheriff stood alone on the bridge, a dark shape against the bruised sky, watching them go. He was the story now, and for the first time, he was the one being watched. The current was still there, deep and patient, but the silence on its banks was different. It was no longer just listening. It was questioning. And that, June thought as she drove into the gathering dark, was a start. The crack, as Lila called it, did not heal. Over the following weeks, June monitored the town's sparse online forums and the weekly newspaper from a distance. The usual springtime stories about river safety were there, but nestled among them was a new, uneasy tone. A letter to the editor, signed A Concerned Citizen, asked pointedly about the lack of lighting on the old bridge and the county's responsibility. Another mentioned the disturbing art of Celeste Vance, suggesting it deserved a second look. The seed was germinating in the dark soil of rumor. June kept her job in the city but returned to the motel every Friday. She became a quiet, persistent ghost in the county records office, building a map not of victims, but of absences. She cross-referenced the ledger dates with property records, weather reports, and old sheriff's logs. A pattern emerged beyond the names. Each disappearance coincided with a major county-approved construction project near the river, a levee reinforcement, a drainage culvert, a private dock for a wealthy summer resident. Projects that required permits, quiet approvals, and no environmental fuss. The river's hunger was a cover for greed. The keeper wasn't just maintaining a myth. He was a facilitator for a different kind of consumption. A tragedy shifted focus, silenced opposition, made people attribute strange noises or delays to a spectral cause, rather than to dredging or diverted waterways. Peter Vance, and now Dale Miller, weren't just priests of a dark legend. They were the fixers. Armed with this, June requested a meeting with the sole county commissioner who had voted against the latest riverside development, a retired engineer named Foley. They met at a diner far from the river. Foley was a thin, nervous man with ink-stained fingers. "You're stirring a hornet's nest," he said, stirring his coffee endlessly. "Those projects. The environmental impact studies were always rushed. Opposition had a way of dissipating. Did it ever occur to you that the legend was being used?" June asked, sliding a copy of her timeline across the Formica. Foley studied it, his face sagging. "Occurred? I suspected. But suspicion and proof are at different countries. And the sheriff, he's not just a man in a uniform. He's a Vance. That name is older than the town. When he looks at you, you feel the river at your back. And how? What if you had proof, not of murder, but of conspiracy to suppress opposition through intimidation, using the legend as a tool?" Foley looked out the window, toward the distant, unseen water. "Then the story changes for good. The monster becomes a man in a deal with other men. That's a dangerous story, Miss Vance. More dangerous than a ghost. Men will fight for money in ways they won't fight for a myth." As June left the diner, her phone buzzed. It was Lila, back at the motel. Her voice was thin, strained. June, someone was here. In the room. Nothing's gone, but my sketchbook is open on the bed, to Mom's drawing. And there's a wet reed on top of it, tied in a knot." The message was clear. The story was fighting back. It was no longer a passive current. It was an active warning. Miller knew her map, her movements. The keeper was keeping. That night, the rain began again. A soft, persistent patter on the motel roof. June lay awake, listening to the rhythm. It was the same rain from a year ago, the same river swelling in its banks. The cycle was turning. The story needed its punctuation mark. She knew then what she had to do. She could not prove a murder, but she could break the mechanism. She could make the story too costly to use. At first light, she drove to the office of the state's attorney general, 2 counties over. She bypassed the local system entirely. She presented her timeline, the ledger page, the property records, and Foley's sworn statement about the pressured permits. She framed it not as a supernatural mystery, but as a potential racketeering and corruption case, using community fear as an instrument of fraud. The bored-looking assistant deputy listened, her interest sharpening as June spoke. This was not a ghost story. This was paperwork. "It's circumstantial," the deputy said finally. "But it's a pattern. And patterns are where we start. We can subpoena the financials of those development companies. Look for kickbacks, for unexplained income in certain accounts. There's one more thing," June said. "The current sheriff, Dale Miller, his mother was Margaret Vance, sister to the last keeper. The duty and the profit are a family business." The deputy made a note. "Family businesses have records. They have succession plans. We'll look." Driving back, the rain intensified, sheeting across the windshield. As she passed the turnoff for the iron bridge, she saw a cruiser parked sideways, blocking the rural road. Sheriff Miller stood beside it in a slicker, the red and blue lights painting the downpour in frantic streaks. She stopped, her heart a hammer. He walked slowly to her window. She rolled it down, the cold rain spraying her face. "You've been busy, June," he said, his voice almost lost in the drumming on the car roof. "Driving to the state, talking to Foley. You think you're changing the story. I'm telling a truer one." He leaned down, his face close. She could see the deep lines, the water beating on his stubble. He looked exhausted. "The truer story is this. The river is real. The deals are real. And I am the levee between them and this town. You break me. You don't get justice. You get chaos. The developers will come anyway without the careful timing, without the rituals. They'll just bulldoze, and the river will still... It will... For a moment, she saw it, not a monster, but a man who believed his own parable, who had conflated control with protection. He was as much a prisoner of the story as anyone. "You're not a Levidale," she said, using his first name for the first time. "You're a gatekeeper, and the gate is rotten." He stared at her, and the pity was gone, replaced by a hollow realization. She was not a frightened sister anymore. She was another kind of current, one he could not channel or control. He straightened up. "Go home, June Darthill. Your city home. The state will investigate. They'll find some irregularities. Maybe I'll retire early. But the river will still be here. The story will find a new way. It always does." He moved his cruiser. She drove past, through the blinding rain. In her rear-view mirror, she saw him standing in the road, a diminishing figure swallowed by the storm. Still watching, but for the first time watching something he could not stop. She picked up Lila from the motel. They drove in silence for a long time, leaving the river country behind. The investigation would be slow, bureaucratic, and likely inconclusive on the old tragedies. But it would taint the deals. It would make the legend a liability instead of a tool. "Is it over?" Layla asked, her head against the window. "No," June said, her hands tight on the wheel. "But we changed the genre. It's not a horror story anymore. It's a crime story. And crime stories have detectives and evidence and the chance, however small, of a trial." The city appeared ahead, aglow in the wet gloom. The concrete canal would be full, its chlorinated water rushing obediently toward a treatment plant. But June knew now that no water was ever truly tame. It only waited and remembered. And somewhere back in the dark, the old river was rising, its story altered but not ended. Its deep, patient dark, already writing the next line in the mud. A month later, the state investigation was announced in a terse press release. It mentioned permitting irregularities and potential conflicts of interest regarding riverside development in the county. Sheriff Dale Miller submitted his resignation for personal reasons the same day. There was no trial, no dramatic confession. Just a quiet, bureaucratic unraveling. June told herself it was enough. The mechanism was broken. The keeper was deposed. But at night, she dreamed of water. Not as a river, but as a blank page. And a hand she could not see was writing on it with a reed dipped in mud. Lila moved in with her, trading the quiet dread of the river town for the anonymous buzz of the city. She enrolled in a new school, her mother's sketchbook always in her bag, a sacred text of a faith she never wanted. She started drawing again, but her sketches were different, not faces and reeds, but the intricate, crushing gears of machinery half submerged in water. They tried to move on. But the story, as Miller had warned, found a new way. It was a local news alert on June's phone that brought it all back. A body had been found snagged in a fishing weir 10 miles downstream from the Iron Bridge. A young man, a drifter, identified by the few belongings in his weathered pack. The report was brief, factual. An apparent drowning. No foul play suspected. High water was cited. Spring runoff. But the comments on the article from people with local-sounding usernames told the other story. The river was hungry this year. It's been a while. He should have known better than to camp so close. The old language, rising like a sigh. The story, resilient, was re-knitting itself without its keeper. It was a ghost now, haunting the community mind. More potent for being untethered from a human hand. The investigation had taken their monster and made him a man, but the town, it seemed, preferred the monster. It was easier to blame a force of nature than to accept the quiet, corrupt machinery June had exposed. Lila read the article over June's shoulder. "They want it to be true," she said, her voice flat. "They need it." A week later, a package arrived at June's apartment. No return address, postmarked from the river town. Inside was a small, water-smoothed stone and a single sheet of plain paper. On it, in careful, old-fashioned handwriting, was a single line. "The river remembers its own." It was not a threat. It was a statement of fact. The handwriting matched the ledger. Peter Vance, from beyond the grave, or someone who had learned his hand. The stone was cool and heavy in her palm, a piece of the river itself, sent to her door. June knew then that leaving had been an illusion. She had swum into the story's current, and it had followed her out. She put the stone on her windowsill, a paperweight for the bills and flyers of a normal life. It sat there, an anchor to a darker world. Sheriff Miller, now just Dale Miller, was reported to have moved to a lake house in a neighboring state, a quiet retirement. But June wondered if he sat on his dock, listening to the lap of different water, feeling a uselessness more profound than guilt. The duty was gone, but the knowing remained. And the knowing was its own kind of prison. The final call came from Commissioner Foley. His voice was shaky, aged by fear. "They're starting again," he said. "A new proposal. A gravel company wants to expand their operations on the floodplain. The environmental impact statement is a joke. The opposition. It's quieter this time. People are scared." "Of the river?" June asked, already knowing the answer. "Of being wrong," Foley whispered. "You showed them the man behind the curtain. Now they're afraid the curtain is gone, and the dark is just the dark. It's easier to believe in a pattern, even a terrible one. The gravel company isn't talking about hungry rivers. They're just talking about jobs. But everyone feels the old rhythm. A death, then a deal. The deal. The deal is on the..." That was the true horror, June realized. Not a keeper or orchestrating a sacrifice, but a community holding its breath, waiting for the tragedy that would make the progress palatable, that would absolve them of the hard choice. The story had become a self-fulfilling prophecy, a psychic trap. The river's hunger was now their own. That evening, June took the stone from the windowsill. She held its weight, feeling the ghost of a current against her skin. Lila watched her, the unasked question hanging between them. "We have to go back, don't we?" Lila said. It wasn't a question of fear, but of grim acceptance. June nodded. "Not to fight the story. We tried that. We have to break the expectation. We have to be there visibly. When the deal is voted on, we have to stand on that riverbank in the daylight and say we are not waiting for a death. We are choosing a different story. We are choosing a different..." It was a frail plan, a gesture. But sometimes, June thought, a gesture was all you had against the tide. You planted your feet in the mud, and you held your ground. Not because you could stop the water, but because you refused to be swept away. You proved the current could be witnessed, and resisted. She packed a single bag. Layla picked up her mother's sketchbook and her own drawings of submerged gears. They would go back to the town not as avengers or exiles, but as witnesses. They would stand on the bridge not at dusk, but in the harsh, revealing light of noon. They would attend the county meeting and speak not of monsters, but of choices. The river would still be there, deep and patient. The old story would still whisper in the reeds. But June would be there too, a woman with a stone in her pocket, a niece at her side, and a refusal in her heart to let the dark write the next line alone. The genre had changed once. It could change again. It started with a crack. It continued with a choice. It endured with someone willing to stand in the water and say no. Story 6. The first thing he felt was the silence. Not an absence of sound, for the city's low, bronchial hum was always there, but a silence within the noise, a pocket of watchful stillness that had formed around him. Darius Bell was at his drafting table, the Anglopoise lamp casting a perfect white circle on the Bristol board, his hand moving with the automatic precision of years, cross-hatching the shadow beneath a detective's fedora. He paused, the nib of his pen hovering. The skin on the back of his neck tightened, a primitive ripple beneath the surface. He did not turn around. He simply sat, suspended in the lamplight, and listened. The radiator ticked. A siren dopplered down a distant canyon of streets, and beneath it, a held breath that was not his own. The room was empty. The apartment door was locked, yet the feeling was absolute, a cold pressure against his spine. Someone was in the space with him. Someone was aware of the precise angle of his head, the pulse in his throat, the unfinished panel of ink before him. After a minute, or perhaps 5, the sensation receded, like a tide pulling back from a contaminated shore. He exhaled, a shaky sound in the quiet room. Only then did he see it. On the floor, just beyond the pool of lamplight, lay a single crisp rectangle of white paper. It had not been there when he sat down. It was a clipping from the Evening Sentinel, 3 days old. The headline read, "Fourth victim found in harbor, note left." Below, a grainy photo of a pier, police tape fluttering like a ragged ghost. And in the margin, drawn not in ink, but in what looked like charcoal, was a symbol. A circle quartered by a cross, with a tiny, starburst eye in the upper left segment. It was the same symbol that had appeared in the corner of the coded notes sent to the press after each killing. The symbol the papers had dubbed the Oculus. Darius, a cartoonist for the very same Sentinel, had been drawing it for weeks, trying to capture its unsettling geometry for a feature piece. He had never seen it rendered like this, with such grim, smudged authority. The paper smelled faintly of ozone and damp stone. He dropped it, his fingers feeling soiled. The lock on his door was untouched. The windows were latched. The message was clear. Your obsession is not one-sided. I am here. I see you. The city had lived with the specter for 2 years. It began with a school teacher, Eleanor Voss, found in the rose garden of the city park, arranged with a terrible formality, a single black pearl placed on each eyelid. A week later, the Sentinel received a letter, not typed but composed of words cut from different magazines, pasted in a neat line. The blind must be made to see. It was signed with the quartered circle. The police, led by Detective Boyd, a man whose patience was a slowly thinning veneer over a core of volcanic frustration, dismissed it as a sick prank. Then came the second. A taxi driver named Leo, left in his own cab at the train station, a pocket watch stopped at 3:07 a.m. placed on his chest. The second note read, "Time sees all, tells nothing." The city stirred, a beast uneasy in its sleep. The third was a young socialite, vanished from a symphony intermission, found in a fountain, her evening gown soaked, a small silver tuning fork resting in the cup of her collarbone. Listen for the silent note, the third message advised. With the fourth, the harbor victim, a dock worker with a shard of polished driftwood placed in his hand. The message shifted. The map is not the territory. It was no longer just the city's fear. It was a philosophy. A game. The media, led by Clarence from the Sentinel, feasted on the ambiguity. Clarence was a cynic who wore his disillusionment like a tailored suit, but the Oculus Killer, as the headline writers screamed, had gotten under his skin. The killer wasn't just murdering. He was curating, annotating the city with bodies. He was writing a cryptic, bloody critique of something no one could quite name. And he was winning. Darius, in his quiet apartment with his pens and his shadows, had found himself pulled into the orbit of the story. His job was to illustrate Clarence's articles, to give a face to the fear. But his lines began to hold more than just newsprint drama. He found himself sketching the empty spaces. The alley where the taxi was found, the lip of the fountain, the wet stones of the pier, with a claustrophobic detail that went beyond assignment. He's trying to see what the killer saw, to find the pattern in the madness. Boyd would occasionally grant Clarence an interview, a terse exchange of frustrations. "He's not a ghost," Boyd would growl, lighting his third cigarette of the meeting. "He's a man. He walks, he eats, he makes mistakes. We just haven't found the mistake yet." But the mistake never came. The evidence was a collection of absences. No fingerprints, no consistent fibers, no witnesses who saw anything but shadows. The victims shared no links, no bank, no club, no neighborhood. Their only connection was the city itself and the killer's gnomic commentary. The note in Darius' apartment changed everything. It was an invitation, or a threat, or both. He told no one, not even Clarence. To share it would be to make it real, to step fully into the story. Instead, he pressed it flat under a sheet of glass on his desk and stared at it for hours, the charcoal eye seeming to hold the lamplight and throw it back, darker. He began to walk the city at night, not as a flaneur, but as a surveyor. He visited the sites. Long after the police tape was gone, the stains washed away. He stood in the rose garden and smelled not flowers, but the damp earth. Heard not birds, but the rustle of a caretaker's broom in the distance. He sat in the taxi stand, watching the great clock face of the station glow in the fog. He was waiting for the silence within the sound, for the pressure of a gaze. His cartoons grew darker, more abstract. The detective in his strip, Joe Linear, began to wander through mazes of his own making, the panels themselves distorting, borders becoming walls. Clarence noticed. "You're giving me the heebie-jeebies, Belle," he said over a whiskey in a bar that smelled of stale beer and old wood. "I write the words, you're supposed to just draw the dead bodies, not whatever this is." Darius just swirled his drink, the ice cubes clinking like tiny bones. "He's talking to us, Clarence, not to the police, to the ones who are listening. The map is not the territory. He's saying the reports, the facts, the evidence. It's all just a map. We're missing the actual ground." Clarence leaned in, his reporter's gleam momentarily overriding the cynicism. "You think he's an artist?" "I think he's a critic," Darius whispered. The fifth victim broke the pattern, and in doing so, deepened the mystery. It was a man named Arthur Finch, a quiet librarian found in the stacks of the main library's history section. A magnifying glass laid on the open page of a city, atlas from 1912. The note this time was longer, a single typed line on library cardstock. "You search for me in the present tense, but I live in the subjunctive. What if? What might have been? What is unseen?" Boyd's frustration boiled over. The library had cameras, but they had been looped. The security guard had seen nothing. It was another perfect absence. But for Darius, holding the newspaper, staring at the photo of the old atlas, something cold slithered down his spine. The killer was no longer just commenting on the act. He was commenting on the investigation itself. He was watching them watch for him. Paranoia, once a specialized condition, became the city's climate. Every stranger's glance felt weighted. Every wrong number was a portent. The mayor gave speeches. Boyd's task force expanded and contracted, a lung breathing in futility and exhaling exhaustion. Suspects were paraded and released. A disgraced philosophy professor who wrote about semiotics, a reclusive clockmaker, a homeless man who muttered about the eyes in the stones. Each was a plausible shade, but the substance, the proof, melted away. They were silhouettes cast by the killer's blinding light. Darius received a second message, not delivered to his home, but to his desk at the Sentinel. A simple inter-office mail envelope. Inside, a photograph. It was a telephoto shot, grainy, taken at night. It showed Darius himself, standing on the pier where the fourth victim was found, his coat collar turned up against the wind. He was looking out at the black water. On the back, in the same charcoal, was written, "The Observer. Observed." The intimacy was violent. It meant the killer had been there, perhaps feet away, in the very moment Darius had felt most alone with his thoughts. He showed this one to Clarence, his hands trembling. Clarence's face went pale, then set into hard lines. "We go to Boyd." Boyd's office was a monument to stalled momentum. Case files formed ziggurats on every surface. The air was thick with smoke and stale coffee. He held the photograph under a green-shaded lamp, his expression unreadable. "He's playing with you," Boyd said finally, his voice flat. "He's expanding his audience. You're part of the exhibit now." He looked at Darius, not unkindly, but with the weary assessment of a man who has seen too many pieces moved on a board. "Go home, get a dog, change your routine, let us do our job." "But he's telling you how to do it," Darius insisted, a desperate heat in his voice. "The subjunctive. He's not in what is. He's in what isn't. The gaps. The things you're not seeing because you're looking at the things that are there." Boyd stubbed out his cigarette with finality. "Poetic. My job is the indicative mood, Mr. Bell. The is. The fingerprint, the witness, the slip. He will slip. They always do." But he didn't slip. A sixth victim appeared. This time a florist, left in her own refrigerated cooler among the lilies and roses. A single dead fly placed on her forehead. The note was the briefest yet. "Perfection is stasis." The city was now a prisoner of its own awareness. People avoided being alone. Boyd raged. He tore his office apart. He followed 1,000 leads that dissolved into mist. The profiler said the killer was done, his psychological need fulfilled not by murder, but by this grand theatrical exit. The mayor, desperate for closure, pressured the DA to focus on one of the earlier suspects, the clockmaker. He was charged, based on circumstantial evidence so thin it was transparent. The trial was a media circus. He was acquitted in 3 hours. The city didn't know whether to feel relief or a deeper, more profound terror. Justice had not failed. It had simply found nothing to grasp. Years bled away. The fever broke, but the infection remained, dormant in the city's marrow. Boyd took early retirement, his methodical mind forever haunted by the elegant, insoluble equation. Clarence wrote a book, a bestseller that dissected the case with surgical cynicism, but ended with a chapter of unanswered questions that echoed louder than any answers. He died of a heart attack 2 years later. His final column, it was said, still open on his typewriter, containing only a single repeated phrase. What if? Darius Bell never stopped drawing. He never received another message, but he felt the gaze. Sometimes, in the quiet of his apartment, a phantom pressure on the back of his neck. He had become the chronicler of the unseen. His Joe Linear comic strip ended, replaced by a series of wordless, haunting cityscapes published in art magazines. They were images of empty rooms that felt recently vacated, of streets where every window was a dark eye, of shadows that held a weight and a shape just wrong enough to suggest a figure. He became famous, in a quiet way, for these portraits of absence. One evening, an old man now, his hand no longer steady enough for fine cross-hatching, he sat in his armchair by the window. The city's hum was different, a newer digital frequency layered over the old analog growl. But the silence within it was the same. He watched the lights come on in the buildings across the way, little squares of yellow life in the gathering blue dark. In one window, high up, a figure stood, silhouetted against a lamp. Just a shape. It did not move. It simply stood, looking out, or perhaps looking at him. Darius felt the old, familiar tightening in his chest, the quickening of his breath. He did not look away. He held the gaze of the silhouette across the canyon of the city. The figure, after an eternity, turned and melted back into the light of the room. The window remained a glowing, empty square. Darius leaned back. He closed his eyes. Down in the street, a car door slammed. A siren began its distant wail. And in his quiet apartment, the only sound was the relentless, patient ticking of the wall clock, measuring out the endless, unresolved present. He knew he should call someone. Boyd, if he was still alive, in some musty apartment nursing a bottle and his regrets. Or the new detectives, the ones who knew the case only from textbooks and true crime podcasts. He could report a suspicious figure, a possible peeper, but the words died before they reached his throat. What would he say? That a man in a window had looked out? That the silence had a shape tonight? They were the observations of a haunted old man, the very echo the killer's final letter had predicted. He made tea instead, the ritual of boiling water and steeping leaves, a grounding anchor in the familiar. His kitchen was a capsule of another century, all chipped enamel and warm wood. He carried the cup to his desk, not the drafting table he no longer used, but a simple oak writing desk. Upon it, under that same sheet of glass, lay the two relics, the newsprint clipping with the charcoal symbol and the photograph of himself on the pier. The glass was dusty at the edges. He wiped it with his sleeve, the image of his younger, frightened self coming clear. The observer observed. He had spent a lifetime trying to see the unseen, to give form to the negative space. And now, in the twilight of his life, the negative space was looking back. It wasn't fear he felt. Not exactly. It was a dreadful, exhausting completion. The game had never ended. It had just been waiting for him to remember he was still a player. The next morning, the city was bright and loud, scrubbed clean by a brief dawn rain. Darius walked, as he did every day, to the small park 2 blocks over. He fed the pigeons crusts of old bread, watched the business people cut through on their way to more important places. On his usual bench, someone had left a newspaper. Not the Sentinel, which had folded years ago, but a modern, glossy thing. He moved it aside to sit, and a section slipped free, landing face up on the damp path. It was the real estate section, a full-page advertisement for new luxury condominiums. The photograph was a sleek, digital rendering of a building's facade, all glass and steel. And there, subtly woven into the pattern of the balcony railings on the upper floors, was a design. A repeated motif of circles, quartered by lines. It could have been a simple architectural flourish. But in the upper left segment of each circle, the glass panel was rendered with a slight reflective gleam, a tiny point of light, like a pupil. Darius' breath caught. He looked up, his eyes tracing the skyline. He found the building. It was the one from last night. The one with the silhouette in the window. It was real and nearly complete. He left the park, the newspaper forgotten. His heart was a frantic bird in a cage of old bones. This was not a phantom. This was a signature, a new note in the silent song. The territory was speaking again. He went not to the police, but to the library, the vast, hushed cathedral where the fifth victim had been posed. He requested the city atlas from 1912, the one Arthur Finch had died beside. The librarian, a young woman with kind eyes, brought it to him with care. It smelled of slow decay. He turned the heavy pages to the neighborhood where the new building stood. In 1912, it was a marsh, marked with symbols for wetlands, deemed unsuitable for construction. A blank space on the old map, a place of what is not. He traced the outline with a trembling finger. The killer's words echoed. I live in the subjunctive. The new building was built on a historical absence. It was a monument to the unseen marsh, to the city's buried truth, and someone had etched the oculus into its very design. Darius knew then what he had to do. He was no detective. He was an old man with a shaky hand, but he was the only one left who could read the map. He bought a small, disposable notebook. On the first page he wrote, not in ink, but in soft, smudging pencil. He wrote a single sentence, a message back into the silence. I see the territory. He left the notebook on his desk, next to the glass-covered relics. He left his apartment door unlocked. He sat in his armchair, facing the door, and waited for the silence to take shape once more. The game was not won. It was simply being continued by the only two players who still understood its rules. The clock ticked. The city hummed. And Darius Bell, the chronicler of absence, waited for the door to open. The wait stretched through the afternoon. The light in the room shifted, the sun moving across the floorboards in a slow, golden crawl. He did not sleep. His mind was preternaturally clear, a lens finally focused after decades of blur. He thought of Clarence, of Boyd, of the parade of victims and suspects, all ghosts now. They had been looking for a monster in a locked room, but the monster was the lock, and the key was simply to stop trying to open it, and instead to listen to the quiet click of the tumblers. A key did turn, but in his own door. The sound was soft, precise. The knob rotated. The door swung inward without a creak. He was not a phantom. He was a man in a well-cut, modern overcoat, carrying a leather satchel. His hair was silver, his face lined with a kind of handsome, thoughtful age that suggested a life of contemplation. He looked like a retired professor or a successful architect. He stepped inside and closed the door behind him. His eyes went first to the desk, to the notebook open to the penciled sentence. A faint, approving smile touched his lips. Then he looked at Darius. You kept the relics, the man said. His voice was calm, mellifluous, without a trace of menace. It was the voice of a docent in a museum. Darius found his own voice. It was dry, but steady. You kept drawing. The man nodded. He set his satchel down, but did not approach. He looked around the apartment, taking in the books, the art, the lingering ghost of tobacco and ink. I have followed your work, the cityscapes. They are exquisite. You learned to draw the silence beautifully. You taught me what to listen for. I showed you where to look. You learned to see on your own. The man's gaze returned to Darius. You are not afraid. I'm tired, Darius said. And I understand the game now. It was never about them. It was about the story, about the shape of the mystery. Precisely. The man moved now, not toward Darius, but to the window. He looked out at the city, his back to the room. They wanted a killer, a simple, containable thing. I gave them an idea. You cannot handcuff an idea. You cannot bury it. It grows. It becomes part of the landscape. It becomes part of the landscape. He gestured toward the new building, its facade just visible. They build my eye into their steel and glass, thinking it is a clever design. They have no idea they are etching my signature into the skyline, that they are building my monument. They are the ones keeping me alive. Darius watched him. This was the author of his nightmares, the architect of the city's dread. He felt no urge to attack him, to call for help. This was the conversation he had been waiting for his entire adult life. Why stop? The seventh? The mannequin. Why not finish it? The man turned. His eyes were a pale, intelligent gray. The subjunctive is always more powerful than the indicative. What is a more potent poison than what is? A concluded story is forgotten. An unfinished one is rehearsed, reimagined, relived forever. The dry run was my masterpiece. It proved I could, without doing. The threat, perpetually unrealized, is eternal. He picked up his satchel, opened it, and withdrew a flat, wrapped package. He placed it on the desk beside the notebook. For you, a final piece for the chronicler. And then, Darius asked, and then I leave. You will not see me again. You may tell your story, of course. An old man's delusion, or a deathbed confession. They will not believe you. The box they built is too comfortable. They have their closure. The mystery is solved for them. Only you and I know it. He walked to the door. He paused, his hand on the knob. Thank you, Darius, for listening, for seeing the territory. It is a lonely thing to create a perfect silence. It is a gift to have one person who hears it. He left. The door clicked shut. The apartment was silent again, but the silence was different. It was full. Darius sat for a long time, watching the evening bleed into night. Finally, he rose and walked to the desk. He unwrapped the package. It was a drawing, a charcoal sketch on heavy archival paper. It was this room, from the perspective of the armchair. It showed Darius, as he was now, old and weary, sitting and waiting. The detail was immaculate, the play of light and shadow masterful. And in the window, reflected in the glass, was the faint, perfect silhouette of a man standing in the room, drawing. The observer observing himself. Darius placed it under the glass, beside the other relics. He sat down. He did not call anyone. He looked out at the city, at the 1,000 glowing windows, each a story, each a mystery. He listened to the deep, resonant silence at the heart of all the noise. And for the first time in 50 years, he felt perfectly, utterly at peace. The map was gone. He was finally in the territory. The peace was not an end, but a new kind of vigilance. He lived for 3 more years. He never spoke of the visit. The drawing remained under the glass, a secret testament only he could decipher. He continued his walks, but now his eyes traced the city's new architecture, finding the subtle, quartered circles and grating designs, in public sculptures, in the logos of new startups. The idea had, as promised, metastasized. It was in the water supply. His final series of drawings, completed in shaky, minimalist lines, were titled The Territory. They were interiors of the new building. The lobby, the elevator, a vacant penthouse, all empty, all empty, all echoing with that same charged absence. They sold for astonishing sums. Critics called them a poignant meditation on urban alienation. He accepted the praise with a quiet, knowing smile. He died in his sleep. His cleaner found him. The police, following procedure for an unattended death, came. A young officer, bored, poked around the tidy apartment. His eyes passed over the old desk, over the glass covering the yellowed clipping, the photograph, and the stunning charcoal sketch. He didn't see the connection. He saw only the clutter of an old artist's life. As he turned to leave, his radio crackled with a call about a traffic accident. He hurried out, closing the door on the silent room. The estate was handled by a nephew who lived overseas. He had the contents boxed and auctioned. The desk, with the glass top still in place, was bought by a vintage furniture dealer. The dealer, preparing it for sale, finally lifted the glass to clean it. He saw the 3 items taped beneath. He recognized the name Darius Bell. Sensing a story, he sold the entire ensemble to a collector of true crime memorabilia. The collector was thrilled. He had the charcoal sketch authenticated. The style was consistent with known works of the Oculus period, but no expert could place it. It was considered a mysterious, newly discovered masterpiece. He framed the 3 items together in a shadow box and hung it in his study, a conversation piece for his macabre dinner parties. One night, a guest, a journalist working on a retrospective about the city's unsolved myths, studied the display. Her eyes moved from the newsprint to the photo to the sketch. She saw the young Darius, the old Darius, and the ghost in the window. A cold thread of understanding pulled tight in her mind. The article she wrote was careful, speculative. It asked if Darius Bell, in his final years, had become the keeper of the Oculus myth, perhaps even its final secret collaborator. It was published online. In a quiet, sunlit apartment in another city, an old man with intelligent gray eyes read the article on his tablet. He sipped his coffee. He saw the photograph of the shadow box, of his own drawing displayed like a trophy. He read the journalist's theories, so close, and yet so infinitely far from the truth. He smiled. Then he cleared his browser history, stood, and went to his balcony. He looked out at a different city, a different skyline. The silence here was different, but the principle was the same. Every city had its gaps, its subjunctive spaces. Every mind built its own boxes. The game never really ended. It simply found new boards, new players. He took a deep breath of the morning air, turned, and went inside to begin his day. The article generated a small, brief flurry of interest. Podcasts revisited the Oculus case, splicing in the journalist's speculation about Bell. For a week or two, the comment sections buzzed with theories. Then, as always, the digital tide receded, leaving the old mystery smoothed over once more, a little more buried under newer, louder horrors. The collector, pleased with the attention, loaned the shadow box to a small museum exhibit on urban legends. It sat in a plexiglass case, lit by a soft, dramatic spot. Visitors would pause, read the placard, and feel a faint, pleasurable chill before moving on to the next display. The relics were now truly artifacts, neutralized by context and glass. But the idea, as its author knew, was patient. It did not need to be believed. It only needed to exist. Years later, a film student named Liza visited the exhibit. She was working on a thesis about the architecture of dread in cinema. The Oculus story was a footnote in her research. She stood before the shadow box, camera in hand, taking reference shots. The sketch in particular held her. The composition was flawless, the technique breathtaking. But it was the subject that gripped her, the recursion of it, the old man waiting, the ghostly self-portrait in the reflection. It wasn't just a drawing of absence. It was a drawing of anticipation, a frozen moment before a door opens or a figure turns. That night in her editing bay, she zoomed in on the high-resolution photo she'd taken. She scanned the details of Darius Bell's apartment, the texture of the wallpaper, the titles of the books on his shelf. Her cursor hovered over the window reflection, over the faint silhouette of the man drawing. On a whim, she inverted the image, heightening the contrast. The silhouette became clearer. And there, just visible on the reflected figure's wrist, was a suggestion of a watch. She enhanced it. The watch had a distinctive, hexagonal face. Liza sat back, her heart thumping quietly. It was probably nothing. A trick of the charcoal, a flaw in the original paper. But the shape felt deliberate. She fell down a rabbit hole that night, searching through scanned police archives and old newspaper galleries, looking for any mention of a watch in the Oculus investigation. She found nothing, but she did find something else. In a Society page photo from 1978, a charity gala for the New City Symphony Hall. Among the patrons was a man named Alistair Kane, a reclusive philanthropist and design consultant. He was shaking hands with the mayor. On his wrist, clear as day, was a watch with a hexagonal face. The caption listed his many contributions to the city's aesthetic landscape. She cross-referenced the name. He had been an early advocate for the preservation of the old marshlands, a voice that was, of course, ignored. He had sat on the design review board for several major projects, including the very building Darius Bell had drawn in his final series. Alistair Kane had died, the obituary said, in 2012. A quiet death at home. No family. A vast fortune bequeathed to a foundation dedicated to the study of urban silence. Liza knew she had nothing concrete. A watch and a drawing. A watch and a photo. A coincidence. A dead end. But the connection felt like a key, turning in a lock deep underground. She wrote up her findings, appending them to her film thesis as an odd piece of historical synchronicity. Her professor called it fascinating but inconclusive. A classic example of apophenia, seeing patterns where none exist. She accepted the grade, but she kept the files. She became a documentary filmmaker. Her first feature was about something else entirely, but sometimes in her dreams she would see that sketch, and the hexagonal watch would glow with a soft, persistent light. One afternoon, scouting locations for a new project, she found herself in the lobby of the building from Bell's drawings. It was as he had rendered it, vast, cold, beautiful. She looked up at the balcony railings, at the quartered circle design. She walked to the directory, a sleek digital screen listing the tenants. Law firms, investment groups, a cosmetic surgery clinic, and at the very bottom, in small, elegant type, the Kane Foundation for Urban Studies. Suite 700. The foundation, the obituary had said, was headquartered elsewhere. This must be a satellite office. On impulse, she couldn't explain. Liza pressed the call button for the elevator. The doors slid open with a hushed sigh. She stepped inside. The interior was polished steel, and etched into the metal, almost subliminally, was a pattern of lines intersecting circles. She pressed 7. The elevator rose silently. When the doors opened, she faced a simple, unmarked door of dark wood. There was no buzzer, no intercom. She reached out, her hand hovering near the handle. She expected it to be locked. It wasn't. The door opened onto a space that was not an office. It was a gallery. A single, long, white room. The walls were bare except for one piece at the far end. It was a large framed map of the city, but not any map she recognized. It was a map of absences, the filled-in marshes, the demolished neighborhoods, the buried streams. And in the center, drawn in fine, precise ink, was the Oculus symbol. Beneath it, on a small brass plaque, was an inscription. The territory is not the map. The silence is not the noise. The question is not the answer. Liza approached, her footsteps echoing. She saw then that the map was not static. Tiny, almost imperceptible LED lights were embedded in it, pulsing softly at various points. The library, the pier, the park, this built a slow, steady rhythm, like a dormant heartbeat. She heard a sound behind her. A soft click. The door had closed. There was no handle on the inside. She wasn't afraid. She felt a strange, overwhelming calm. She was in the territory now. She turned back to the map, to the gentle, patient pulse of the lights. She understood. The game had never been about catching anyone. It was about seeing the design. And she saw it. The silence in the room was absolute, and it was the most eloquent thing she had ever heard. She sat down on the polished concrete floor, her back against the cool wall, and watched the lights breathe in the dark. She would wait. The next move was not hers to make. Thank you for staying with me until the end of tonight's true crime tale. If this case captivated you, don't forget to subscribe and hit that notification bell so you won't miss tomorrow's investigation. And to help our channel continue bringing you these stories. Sleep well, stay curious, and I'll be back tomorrow night with another true mystery from the shadows.